I think it's got more money. And but you've got that's got to scare them. I don't well, but I think access is at the
Okay, sounds good.
But you know what I love? I go by Eastland every morning. It's all these family flocking into this school and children. I just love it because that's what it's the way when we grew up. Marl Heights was a neighborhood school, and so you had in the morning, you had all the kids walking in. Later we rode our bikes, and on after school we'd play on Moreland.
Welcome, everybody. We're about to start our meeting, but before we begin, we will have a prayer led by Councilman Fitzwater, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to once again meet on behalf of our city and our residents, people that we serve every day. We thank you for all that you do for us. We thank you for the privilege of waking up in this great country, and just pray that you would continue to pour over our leaders and send them in the right direction. We pray that you would be with us tonight as we address issues a little bit closer to home. We would do our due diligence and look at the issues, respect the comments that are made, try to come up with decisions that are best for our community. We praise our public safety for all that they do for us. We appreciate the great showing here tonight. We thank them for what they do day in and day out, 24 hours a day, keeping us and protecting us. Had the opportunity for a meeting over at one of the fire stations today, and the bells were ringing, people were hustling, and it's just a privilege to live in a community that has great services, and we appreciate that. Pray for our men and women stationed around the world in harm's way. They're in very tenuous situations in many places. We just pray that you would comfort them tonight as they lay their heads down. Refresh them and get them ready for another busy day. Thank you for all that you do. Bless the families that are represented here. We pray in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone, to the Tuesday, September 6, 2022 City Council meeting. This meeting is also available virtually. You can find a link and a call-in number at jeffersoncitymo.gov. Mrs. Donaldson, roll call, please.
Deacon. Here. Fitzwater.
Present.
Hensley.
Present.
Kimna.
Here.
Lester.
Here.
Schreiber.
Present.
Spencer.
Here.
Spicer.
Present.
Ward. Here. Wiseman.
Present.
And I noticed this evening that we do have some scouts with us, and we always like to take a moment at the beginning to recognize you. So if you all would like to come up to our podium tonight and give us your name, and you can tell us what school you're from and if you're working on any certain badge. So if you want to come up here and speak in our mic, and if you have friends and family with you, they're welcome to come up as well. But we're just happy to have you here. So you're welcome to come right there and give us your names and what school you're from. Welcome.
My name's Sam Gerber, and I'm from St. Joseph Cathedral School.
Welcome.
I'm Jameson Bales. I'm also from St. Joseph Cathedral School.
Great.
I'm Carson Kramer. I'm also from St. Joseph Cathedral School.
Welcome. Are y'all working on a certain badge?
Citizenship in the nation. Community.
Great. Well, we're happy to have you here, and we hope that you learn a lot at our council meeting, and you're always welcome. So thanks for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if the meeting goes too late, I know it's a school night, so you have permission if you have to leave early. Not you, Steve, but just the scouts. And item 3, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda, but also moving the 3 resolutions under item 15 that pertain to the 3 housing developments. So moving 15B, C, and D under item 10 to take up after all of the presentations from the gallery have been made on that topic. So is there a motion to approve the agenda with that change?
So moved.
All there like that earlier.
And any further discussion? I think, do we have a motion and second there? Who had the second? And any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And for those online, if they'll mute, that would be great too. And for those that are here to speak on that item tonight, what we just did is under item 10, we will have the 3 presentations and then we'll take public comment. I know we've had several people sign up, but if you haven't, we'll certainly take your comments during that, and then we'll take up those 3 resolutions at that time. Item 4, we have some miscellaneous agenda items this evening. Item 4A, we have a posthumous recognition of Erin Gabther for her service to the city of Jefferson, and I'll ask Chief Wildey to also make some comments. And I know that we have some members of Erin's family here this evening, and so we would like to welcome Erin's family to come to the podium and be able to give a recognition for Erin. And we called her Gabby, and love her and miss her. So with that, I will ask the family to come up to the podium, and I will turn it over to Chief Wildey, and we also have her photo up on our screen this evening. So Chief Wildey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm joined by Erin's brother, Jason Gabther, this evening from Springfield, Missouri, his wife, Jen, and Erin's nephews, Lucas and Lewis, this evening. They made the trip up to be here for her recognition. But as most people know, on Monday, August 15th, the local public safety community lost a very important member of our team and our family. And I call it our family because that's really how we approach our line of work, whether we're with fire, police, EMS. We really do serve as a family, and losing Erin is a big loss for that family. On that day, the 15th, she passed away unexpectedly at the young age of 39 years old. Erin started her career at the Jeff City Police Department Joint Communications Center on May 5th, 2008. She excelled in every aspect of the job from day one, and on June 4th, 2018, she was promoted to Communications Supervisor. Erin also served on the Holt Summit Fire Protection District and was a member of the Callaway County Ambulance District. I think it's best to describe when we talk about family, the family atmosphere we had at the police department. Erin was just everybody's sister. She was everybody's big sister because she let you know that she was in charge most of the time. But she really was truly a sister to all of us. Her loss is going to leave a large void in our agency and all of our lives. Although we will eventually replace the position, we're never going to be able to replace the person and friend that we called Erin Gabther. She's going to be greatly missed, and we'll think about her every day from here on out. So, Jason, thank you for coming up today, and if you'd like to say a few words, the floor is yours.
I just want to thank everybody for all the support. I mean, the day we had her funeral, it was just awesome to see everybody come out. And thank you guys for being with her, supporting her in her duties. So thank you for the city of Jefferson City. So I also have a thank you card. If I can go ahead and give it to you right now, would be fine.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And I know on behalf of the city of Jefferson, we appreciate her service to the community. And she was definitely much more than just a job. She really loved this community. She loved first responders, loved what she did every day. And I know that we had her here regularly here in council chambers, and I would often just call on her out of the blue to promote the Guns and Hoses, which she really elevated that event into what it is today and took it really very seriously in caring so much about it and raising money for first responders and their families when they needed it. And I know that last text I got from her was about it that night, actually before, she passed. And she was working on it then and just loved that event so much. And they did a nice recognition for her at Guns and Hoses. We will always remember her for her love for police, fire, all first responders, and how much she truly cared. And she is greatly missed. We cannot fill her shoes, can't fill her seat there. And we would greatly appreciate what she's done. I'm glad that you all can be here. Please give your regards to her father, and I know that he was wanting to be here and couldn't, so let him know we're thinking about him as well. And any council members have anything to add? I know I speak for everyone when we say how much we love her and how much she's greatly missed. We do have several first responders in the room here this evening, so I would ask if you would like to come forward. I know that was nice of you to say you have a thank you note. That's very kind. I also have this key to the city that I would like to present to your family on behalf of the city of Jefferson for all she did for us. So at this time, if you all would like to come forward, and council can come up here, and we have police, fire, all of our big extended family of Aaron's, of Gabby's, that we can bring everybody forward. So thank you so much. All right, thank you. And it's great to have the whole extended family of police and fire and first responders here for that. So we appreciate that. We'll always remember her here, so thank you. Okay, the next item is we have something happy to celebrate. We have a recognition of Marty Thrustin and presentation of the USS Jefferson City Submarine Insignia. We have Mr. Hal Dooley here from the Jefferson City committee here, and I'm not sure if Marty knows why she's here. Does she? I don't think Marty even knows why she's here tonight. So,
and Mayor, you're part of this. You've got the
I have it right here, and I have the recognition. And for all of you that know Marty and Hal, so Hal, of course, is the chair of the USS Jefferson City Submarine Committee. Our council liaison is Councilman David Kimna. They recently had a visit here in June, and they've come several times. And Marty is also known as the mother of the submarine and has her own son who is on a submarine, and she treats every single one of those young men as if they are her very own and goes above and beyond. And while they had their last visit here, they told us that they wanted to do a special recognition for you, Marty, and they sent this insignia to you. And this is an extremely high honor and very rare and something that is well deserved. And I have this special...
You can come down here, Mayor.
I will.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I will read this and present this. Congratulations, Marty. Thank you. And we have here a special recognition from the USS Jefferson City Submarine. And it says, Submarine Force, to all those who see these presents, greetings. Know ye that in special recognition of the personal character and abilities of Marty Thrustin, who, as the devoted wife of a submariner in good standing, has repeatedly demonstrated her patriotism, loyalty, fortitude, and a continuing love and esteem for submariners, and has frequently contributed to the morale of the submarine force by her cheerful willingness to render assistance to the families of other submariners when in need, I do herewith appoint her, by and with the consent of officers and men of the aforesaid force, Submarine Lady of the Submarine Force. Know ye throughout the United States Navy that as a special mark of our gratitude, she is entitled to wear the submarine insignia. Further, she is entitled to all privileges of a submarine lady, and I do strictly charge and require members of the submarine force to render her every courtesy and their highest esteem, and I do encourage them to assist her in any manner within their capabilities whenever the opportunity arises, by the normal tenets of chivalry or by actual necessity. For though at sea her spouse may roam, she valiantly serves her ship at home. Done on the 2nd day of August in the year of our Lord, R.J. McDowell, Commander of the U.S. Navy Commanding Officer. Congratulations, Marty. You deserve this. I'm going to get this insignia, and we're going to pin it on you, and of course get a picture. But Hal, would you like to say a few words?
Absolutely. Been involved with this committee, 10, 12 years now? And the primary mission of the USS Jefferson Submarine Committee is to host namesake visits. And last June, we had the chief of the boat, Frank Cook, and 4 of his sailors come to Jefferson City. And of course, there was a lot of work involved in the namesake visit. We had 5 days with them. And Marty is the sort of the chair or the mother of putting all this together. In 4 days and 5 days here, and putting it together, working with local committees, the chief of police, the fire chief, the city council. It takes a lot of work. And Marty, I think you've done this, 3 times, 4 times since we've been around?
No, 5 or 6.
Been that long? Boy, I tell you, I'm getting old. Anyway, that's the reason she got this. And when I talked to Commander McDowell about this, he said, these are not given lightly. I mean, a lot of times you have to break champagne across the bow of a submarine in order to get this designation. So there aren't too many of these pins floating around. And I'm extremely proud of you. I'm proud of our submarine committee. We only meet, like I said, about 4 times a year, but when we have to meet, because they're coming, and they want to come back in March, the squadron, of which there are 6 submarines, are envious of Jefferson City because they talk amongst each other. And I know Councilman Wiseman has been involved, and we are the talk of the squadron. They love to come to Jefferson City. Matter of fact, we had a tough time getting those guys to go back. Last June, they were having such a good time. But anyway, I'm very proud of Jefferson City and our leadership and what we do when they do come to Jefferson City. Had a great time, and we had this young sailor that came to Jefferson City because he's from Missouri, got to ride around with the mayor in her red Corvette. Now, you think about that. This kid's, 20 years old, came to Jefferson City and went back and told his fellow shipmates in the U.S. Jefferson City that she rode around with mayor and her red Corvette, and that's quite a treat. He wants to come back, too. Anyway, congratulations, Marty. You certainly deserve it, and next time we go out to the submarine, you can wear the pin, and you can be first in line.
Congratulations, Marty. I'm going to pin this on you, then we'll let you say a few words, and we'll get a picture. Is this the right side? Is it right?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just so shocked. You didn't say a word.
No.
That's why she's...
No, we kept this a secret, so because this is such a high honor. So, Marty, I'll turn it over to you.
I am so honored, and I just love this job that I do with these sailors when they come to town, and I do treat him like my own kid because he's 38, and no, he just turned 39. And it's just something I just love doing, and I hope I can continue to keep doing this. And we've had some excellent sailors here that have just been so nice and respectful, and they really love our town. They, that Thursday night, boy, they just, at that,
Thursday Night Live.
yeah, Thursday Night Live, they had a ball. They just kept saying, we love Jeff City, we love the people, and man, did they react. But I thank you so much, and I hope to continue doing this, and I'm just so honored and surprised. Thank you.
You definitely earned it, and I know they wanted to be here and present it to you, but this is the next best thing. But I know we'll go visit them, and they'll come back. So here's this, and we'll invite council to come up, and we would like to get a picture of you with that. So congratulations, Marty.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilwoman Wiseman, for coming up as well. You were extremely involved in that entire visit as well, so appreciate that. Item C, we have Cole County Commissioner Sam Bushman here to present another special honor and recognition, and this is for ESGA, Employer Support of the Garden Reserve 7 Seals Award to the Jefferson City Police Department and Chief Wildey. Welcome, Commissioner Bushman, and Hal is also part of ESGA, so we are honored. I'm sorry, ESGR. Thank you.
That's all right.
Yes.
Yeah. I wear many hats. So tonight I'm here as chairman of Region 5 of the Employer Support of the Garden Reserve Program, which is a Department of Defense chair. And Hal is my trusty vice chair for Region 5. So he's here as well. And going back to Marty, when we were also commissioning the USS Missouri, her son was a plank owner on the USS Missouri. So, and I think, didn't they cruise in? She's supposed to get a tattoo to match the pin, I think. So I think that's normally what you do, but we'll talk about that later. But anyway, tonight we're doing Employer Support of the Garden Reserve. One of our missions is to recognize and honor employers who understand that when their employees are called to active duty, they are making great sacrifice to preserve our democracy and that their jobs are safe. Tonight, we are all here to present an award to the Jefferson City Police Department, Chief Eric Wildey, and the City of Jefferson. One of the remarkable coincidences is that Chief Wildey has deployed 3 times, and his city and police department have always had his job here when he came back. So it is our privilege tonight to present the second highest award that ESGR gives out to Chief and Carrie, if you'd come up, Mayor. Major Wildey. Well, he's just, but anyway, this is the second highest award that the ESGR gives. It is signed our national chair, and it is to the Jefferson City Police Department in Jefferson City, Missouri. But, Carrie, if it wasn't for the city, you know.
You're right.
But anyway, it is just our honor to present this, and thank you for your service to the country, your service to the city, your service to the police department.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, this is, again, quite an honor to be part of an organization that is so patriotic and supports its employees and supports the mission abroad. this award goes twofold. It goes to you, the city council and the city administration, for being there to support us, because there's nothing more, speaking from experience, there's nothing more comforting than when you're overseas fighting the other battles, to know that when you come home you can pick up right where you left off and go back to life as usual. But the other component of this falls on the employees that have to pick themselves up and put in the extra time, because I know every time that I would leave, it wasn't that my job just went away. So this is twofold, and the employees that had to pick up those extra shifts or do the extra work to make up for those shifts is greatly appreciated. I wish I could come up with the number since 9/11 of how many police officers and employees of our agency have deployed overseas and what that results in staffing days missed, but I can tell you it's been substantial. So thank you for your support. Thank you, Sam. I know these awards aren't just given out.
No.
This is a very prestigious award, so thank you for.
We submitted, yeah, this was actually submitted a year or so ago, so
Yep.
it kind of, part of it goes back to Chief Schrader as
Yep.
well, but it covers you
Thank you.
and the city, and,
Appreciate it.
yeah, thank you.
Sam.
Very thankful.
Thank you, Commissioner Bushman. Thank you, Mr. Dooley. And thank you for your service to our great country and all those who serve. And we are proud that the city of Jefferson and other employers can hold the jobs and celebrate and support you and your families and those who serve. So thank you. So we'll, of course, do the photo op.
Well, I need to submit this to our national organization too, so, okay, or you can continue sitting if you want, Council.
Did you know Dooley was in the neighborhood? They had a pony.
We can work on the tattoo.
Item 5, we have no public hearings. Item 6, there are no appointments this evening. Item 7, presentations from staff, consultants, and invited guests. We have Deanna Elizano from the Central Missouri Foster and Adoption Services this evening that is here to speak with us this evening. So we welcome Deanna to the podium along with her group. Welcome. Glad to have you here tonight.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmen and women. Thank you, Councilman Spencer, Spicer, and Fitzwater. And to you, Councilman Deacon, for your wife's participation in our Board of Directors. I just want to bring the attention to Councilman Spencer for the years of service to Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association, and he's also a good friend of mine, and his wife is too, so thank you. We're going to pass out a couple of folders, if that's okay. It gives you some statistics for your city, for our city, for the kiddos that we are serving together. And so it'll give you an idea of what I'm going to talk about this evening. The Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption Association was created out of the back of my Cavalier in October of 2007. I'm a former foster care alumni, or I am a foster care alumni that broke the cycle of abuse in my family at the age of 11. And in 2006, I got a call from an anonymous source that said that my nieces and nephew were in custody in the state of Kentucky, and we helped to get those kiddos home within an 8-month period of time. And so we were able to adopt those kiddos in 2010. So it took about 4 years. After that, I got another call that my other sister lost her kids to the system. And we brought her kiddos into my home. It's a very small home, but we had playpens at the end of my bed and kids hanging from the chandeliers, and it was just all right because that's what family does. So I had kiddos ranging from 2 years old to 17 years old in my home, and we did the very best that we could. They're all graduated now, and they're doing fine. We actually have one that's in Russellville as a 4th grade teacher, second contract this year, so we're super excited about that. In your stat sheet, or on your stat sheet in front of you, I want to bring to the attention of the numbers that are in our community. 213 children in care at the end of 2021 at the city of Jefferson. We also have only, as of today, 45 licensed foster homes. So you can see the numbers are a little out of sync there. We also have lots of informal and formal kinship providers. The story that I just gave you was a formal kinship situation that I had, but we have lots of families taking care of their kin, a relative or fictive kin, meaning you're a coach, you're a neighbor, or the like, and you're taking care of kiddos that are not your own. We have lots of them, but we do not have the number for informal caregivers in our community. We don't have them in any other community that we serve either. We do have some formal numbers, and I'll have Rhiannon spend a couple of minutes, if it's okay with you guys, to talk a little bit about that so you can capture the reality that we're working with here. We do have older youth that are aging out in our community, and they're becoming homeless, incarcerated, or dead within an 18-month period of time. It is not dramified. The truth is real. It's either opioid use for deaths, or it's just other sorts of substances, or it's just a myriad of different situations that occur. We do have homelessness in our community that is directly related to aging out of foster care, and I was one of them. I aged out at the age of 18 and was homeless for several years, and it wasn't a fun situation at all. What I don't want to happen in our city, where I live, is to have to deal with youth coming into CMFCAA and have to try to figure out a place for them to stay, and we don't have a place. I deal with it every single day, and we need to get better at this. We can do better. We will do better. CMFCAA is currently serving 24 counties in mid-Missouri. We just picked up 11 additional counties this year. We have offices, our headquarters will remain in Jefferson City, where you guys raised me to be who's in front of you today. But we do have offices in Rolla, Osage Beach, and Columbia. There's a map behind your superhero, 4 pages deep, that'll show you where the family resource centers are located. The state of Missouri has 3 family resource centers, and they use it interchangeably with the word adoption resource center. Right now, the centers are located in Foster Adopt Connect is based out of Independence, Missouri, and Lori Ross is the CEO there. She serves the 4 counties of the 4 corners of the state. Melanie Sheets runs the Foster Care Adoption Coalition and is based out of Brentwood. And then we serve the baby blue because we are the babies of the Family Resource Centers. So without further ado, I do want to thank you for your support and for the years of service and just everything that you've ever done to help to move it out of the back of the Cavalier and to really move it towards where we're moving into Dr. Hopkins' old building in the back of the surgery center, and we'll be there in October. So we have grown up, and you guys have helped us to do that. I appreciate you so much. I always go to other city council meetings and things, but I always talk about how this city raised me up to continue to do this, and I will forever be indebted to you.
So a couple things that I'll talk about that Deanna mentioned, one being the older youth and being homeless in our community. So Deanna has made it her mission that no one is homeless. And one thing that we did was we actually partnered with DOC, and we did it in a pilot, and we actually just got the MOU signed maybe a little over a month ago, but we're doing a pilot here in Cole County to understand how many of those youth are actually now on probation and parole. And we actually found that number is quite high. So we are extending our CCYP program, which is Community Connections Youth Project, and to those youth, and it's totally voluntarily, but what we'll do is help them in the 8 domains of well-being. So if they are homeless and do not have a place to go, we will help them find that and go at extreme lengths Not a client of DOC, but just last week I know I had a specialist call at least 60 apartments in one day just to try to find a youth an apartment. And I mean, there are none. And this is a youth who actually has a federal voucher that is able to pay for an apartment, but we can't find one because there are none available. So those are the links that we're going to try to get these kids out of homelessness. Another program that we are bringing in just this year, a couple that are new to our other programs that we've had since Deanna started this, was our adoption program and advocacy department. And so we know that adoptions are disrupting at alarming rates. So these families are going to try to get help, and they're hitting roadblocks because they just don't have the proper supports, guides to help them. And so we are strategically hiring people in certain areas of adoption, subsidy, legal, just family, educational, because some of these families don't know where to go and who to contact. And so we are bringing those advocates on to help those families so that disruptions don't happen. The other program that we're bringing in is called Extreme Family Finding. So it is for the children who have either A, been in care a little while, and when I mean a little while, some of these cases, the children have probably been in care 2 to 5 years, sometimes longer, older youth. And so what we do is we look for family members for those youth, and it can be across the country. It doesn't have to necessarily be in Missouri, but we will find at least 80 family members and up to 4 placements for that youth to be able to go to. So.
I'm Rachel Blackmore. I'm the Chief Development Officer, and I lead our marketing efforts. And so I just wanted to close us out this evening and let you guys know what we're doing to recruit more foster parents. Because, as Deanna noted, we have more foster children than homes to put them in. And so we need to be recruiting people that will open their home to those children. And we, starting on August 1st, we've been investing heavily in radio. We will be programmatic audio, the connected TV, billboards, the stuff online. My brain is going blank. But the biggest thing is we're able to target people. We're able to target the demographics of who is most likely to become a foster parent and send them direct messages, whether they're watching Hulu or ESPN or whatever they're watching online or whatever they're listening to on Pandora or Spotify. We're able to run the demographics and really target them and pique their interest in the opportunity to foster or maybe eventually adopt. And we've been investing heavily in all 24 of our counties because with COVID, we lost 10% of foster families all over the state, and we need to rebuild that up. And then we just need to build more because we need more people that will open their homes to kids on a temporary basis or maybe on a permanent basis. So my department's working on that, and I just wanted to let you all know that that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here. And if you all want to come back up to the podium in case does council have any questions or comments this evening for you? Okay. Well, we appreciate knowing what's going on. It's interesting that you talk about trying to find living placement for them, because tonight there's something even on our agenda that will address potentially being able to add more, housing type of units, which is also important for even circumstances such as that. Councilman Fitzwater?
Yes, thank you very much for being here. For the individuals that become foster, parents, what kind of background checks do they have to go through, and kind of what's the process if they say yes to get to a final yes?
So it's pretty extensive. There are FBI checks, there are CAN checks, which are called child abuse and neglect checks. There are financial checks. You have to go through at least 27 to 36 hours of pre-service training. You have to go through a home assessment. They do background screenings of everybody in the home. The list goes on, really. They are trying to minimize some of that pre-service training to try to incorporate quit duplicating what they're teaching and update it. And so we just learned about that today with the division, that they are rolling that out January 1, 2023. But it'll still remain about 32 to 40 hours of pre-service training. Then every year you have to keep a 27-hour credit of training, ongoing training. Yeah.
Thank you. Sure.
On adoption, is there a minimum age of the children you work with in regard to adoption? So
No.
all the way down to newborns?
So we do newborn all the way up to 21 years old. Imagine that. Some people are like, is 21 years old really want to be adopted? Of course they do. Of course they do. What we know in foster care through the Adoptions Attitude Survey on a national level, that more of our citizens in the United States of America want to adopt under the age of 6. But we know in foster care that the majority of our kids are over the age of 6. So that recruitment effort is a little harder for us because we have to get creative. There's an old adage of the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I can stomp that out because my kids are just fine. So we just need to change our thoughts and our ideology about this. And all kids are adoptable, all of them. I just told the Lebanon City Council not too long ago that there are youth that will literally sit across from you and tell you that they're unworthy. They're unworthy to be adopted, that they've been in the same Missouri Heart Gallery book for year after year. And they get asked to take a picture every year. And they say, I don't think it's going to happen this time. I'm unworthy. And so we have to do the really hard work of telling them that they are worthy. They're so worthy. And regardless if they are adopted or not at the end, the CMFCA will be here to be their surrogate family if we have to. We don't want to do that all the time. We want to be able to find families that want to adopt kiddos at any age. And we believe the city of Jefferson walks alongside of us and have done that for years. But we have a lot of work to do in our state to be able to pave the way for people to understand that any age kiddo is deserving of a family. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those of you that know Bob Gilbert, he did a great presentation at United Way's lunch or event they had last week and talked about his experience personally with adopting. And so definitely speak with him about his foster experiences too, and you can learn a lot. Well, thank you for bringing this, and if you all would like to come forward, we'll get a picture so that you can share it out to your organization, and maybe Councilman Spencer and Deacon, if you'd like to come up front with your extra involvement, and we'll do that real quick.
And Councilman Fitzwater, you too. He's a good friend too. Sorry. 1, 2, 3.
Now we are on item B. We'll get to have an official introduction for Brian Mcgraw, the new superintendent for Jefferson City School District, and new but also not so new. I know that we wanted to give you a minute to get settled in the position, and we just wanted to have a chance to introduce you to council, tell us a little bit about yourself, and welcome.
Thank you for the invite. Like the mayor said, my name's Brian Mcgraw. I'm the new superintendent. My parents were both public school teachers, so I guess I went into the family business, became a teacher and a coach, and a bad coach. And what happens when you're a bad coach, you get promoted to being an administrator. So I was an assistant principal, secondary high school principal in an urban school district, director of secondary education, and then a job piqued my interest at a local school district called North Pocono. They had 7 superintendents in a 15-year or so period, and I said, I'm interested in that job. Had some academic and behavioral issues, and my wife said, you're crazy, what are you doing? And we jumped right in. And 11 years there as superintendent. We were one of 2 high schools in America to make the AP honor roll 4 years in a row. We had a national blue ribbon school, one of America's most challenging high schools by the Washington Post. We did a lot of great things there that we were proud of. And then every time I had an accomplishment there, I would say, I would brag a little bit and say, we did this in my in-laws' house. And my father-in-law won a few games here and taught and coached basketball. And he'd say, well, Jefferson City would do it better than you. And Jefferson City is much better than North Pocono. And Jefferson City, and he'd constantly speak with pride about the city and the school district. So when the opportunity came to be deputy superintendent, I said, okay, let's take a chance and move closer to family and see what Jefferson City's all about. We definitely haven't been disappointed at the warm welcome we've received. The kids didn't want to go at first, so we told them we would buy them a dog. We're a year and a half here and we don't have a dog yet, so we're delaying all we can. Some of the things that we're working on in the district, we believe we're a district of champions, and champions students, champion workers, and we want to be champions in the classroom, in activities, and in the community. So we're working each and every day to do that with our staff and our students, and we've had some championship moments even in the last couple months. Previous to this year, our highest advanced placement kids passing an examination were 128, and this past year we had 263 kids pass an AP exam, so we're super proud of that. We had 44 AP scholars, which was the most in our area, and we have 31 pre-advanced placement and advanced placement courses in our curriculum. So we're extremely proud of what we're doing there and what we're working on it. Currently, renovations, as you know and can see, the fields are being renovated at both high schools. We have the new facility at Cap City, where we're hoping it will be completed by December, January timeline, and that would be the football stadium, and then on the other side, soccer stadium, as well as some improvements to the baseball and softball facility. At Jeff City, we have the soccer fields and baseball, softball fields being completed somewhere around November. We recently completely renovated Moreau Heights, which looks beautiful. If anyone wants to stop by and see, do a tour, it's super impressive how that came out. We did phase 1 of Thorpe Gordon last summer, and we'll have phase 2 of Thorpe this summer coming up. So we're excited about all the improvements we're making to the facilities. Last year, as deputy superintendent, many of you know we had changed the boundary line in the district and to hope to get more balanced attendance throughout our buildings, as CC was growing a lot bigger than Jeff City. And currently with those changes, they are beginning to even out. Cap City currently has 1,340 students, and Jeff City has 1,222. So over time, those will both kind of, we think about a 3-year period where they will even out. But we've already seen the most changes at TJ and LC, with LC being the bigger middle school now, 997 students and TJ being 940. That was flipped last year, actually by 200 students. So we've seen with that, just that little movement that we had, the change that we wanted to occur. So we're really pleased with that. Total population right now, 8,548 students. We're still having kids enroll each and every day. So a little bit, my wife, Katie, went K through, I think, 8 here in school. I have a daughter, Mia, who's a freshman at Jeff City High School, and Bubba is in 6th grade at Lewis and Clark, and we know they have their hands full with him. So again, we're happy to be here, and thank you for the invite, and hopefully I could be invited back again. I don't need a picture taken. I'll give you a break.
And your wife teaches at East School, is that right?
No. She's in
Or
private
just went
business.
to East, just went
She
to
went
East
to
School.
East.
That's what
Yes,
it was.
she
She
went
went
to
to
East.
East.
Yes, she did.
Okay,
Yep.
so part of our, part of our local school district. So we're just really glad to have you here in our community. Welcome back, and for your family. And you have really hit the ground running and been very involved. I've seen you out at games and different things, engaging with the students and engaging in our community. And we wanted to just to have a moment to officially welcome you on behalf of the city, and know that we partner together. We've already had several discussions, because when you talk about schools, there's other infrastructure and needs that you have, and we always want to be a partner in that. So in the past, we would have the superintendent come just every few months, and anytime you have anything that you'd like to share, we always like to hear what's going on with enrollment, what's happening in the district, and we welcome that partnership between the city and our education. So does council have any questions this evening? Councilman Fitzwater?
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
I know you came in with a lot of suggestions, recommendations, things you should do, shouldn't do. What do you think is your biggest challenge as you look short term? I know you came through the redistricting, which was an interesting process. I'm glad that our community got through it, but it was unfortunate. But what do you see as the biggest challenge short term to be able to get all the schools on the same level as we move forward?
I think one of them, and you're seeing it nationwide, is the teacher shortage and staffing shortage. You have teachers and paras, and the people who make a difference every day in kids' learning, and that struggle to find quality educators as you're trying to be more competitive with other districts. I think that's probably our biggest challenge as far as staffing wise, and then keeping them in the profession. We have to do our job to make them feel welcome, and keeping them working for us 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So that's a big challenge. The other one is you want to provide the best services you can to students, whether that be in the classroom, low teacher-student ratios, great lunches, great academics, great activities. All those things are challenges, but things that we look forward to making great things happen.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilman Spencer?
I really appreciate you being here tonight. I think I can speak for the whole council that we have an open door, and it's really important that we have good communication between, our organization and yours.
Absolutely.
Because we gotta be on the same page in a lot of different areas, and I'm really excited that you're here. And I hope that you can come back periodically and just give us updates and how we can be a better partner with you as well. I mean, that's two-way street. And we also just really think that, with you coming in and bringing some outside perspectives from other areas that you've had experience in, I think we'll better serve our community as well. And again, welcome, and we appreciate you, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, welcome again. You always have an open invitation, and we will look forward to having you back.
Thank
so
you. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you.
And welcome. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. All right. Item C, we will have Katrina Williams to give us the presentation on the Capital Area Active Transportation Plan. Welcome.
Thank you all for having me. So I'm going to talk to you about our Capital Area Active Transportation Plan. We're going to be doing this endeavor for the next 12 to 15 months. So what is active transportation? And I know several of you who have already sat through this this presentation because I've given it at several different meetings, so I appreciate you letting me do this again. Active transportation is anything that's human-powered mobility. So biking, walking, using a wheelchair, skating, scootering, getting to and from transit stops, anything that's human-powered is active transportation. We're doing this planning activity for our entire Campo area. So Campo is the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, and I know several of you either serve on the board right now or have served on the board in the past. Campo covers Holt Summit, St. Martin's, Jefferson City, Taos, Wardsville, good portion of Cole County, and a little bit of Callaway County. So we have a pretty big planning area that we take care of, and it's all around long-range transportation planning, and that's all modes of transportation, including active transportation. And so this plan update stemmed from our 2016 pedestrian and bicycle plan. We had this programmed for an update in 2021, 2022, and after kind of scoping the project and doing some analysis internally, we realized that we'd really like to take a deeper dive and do a much more comprehensive plan. And so we looked at all of the plans that are in our region, including Jefferson City's Greenway Master Plan, Jefferson City's Sidewalk Plan, Holt Summit has a pedestrian, bicycle, and transit plan, and then our existing pedestrian and bicycle plan for our whole capital area from 2016. We want to bring all those together and do a much more comprehensive approach to prioritization, so prioritizing a lot of our projects that we've identified in the past and ones that are going to come forward as part of this process. We want to have some code and policy recommendations that come out of this, and we want to emphasize best practices that have come out in the industry. We also want to look at other local and regional plans that have been accomplished recently. So City of Jefferson has recently completed a comprehensive plan update. That was a 20 to 21-year-old plan, so that was a really big activity that took about 2 years to complete, so we want to make sure we're incorporating a lot of that. We also have several transit plans that have been completed in the last few years. We've done a lot of surveying around transit plans as well, and so we want to make sure that we're incorporating that. We did a request for qualifications earlier this winter, so we had to develop some project goals when we were looking for a consultant. We wanted to integrate recent planning, which I just went over. We wanted to incorporate best practices like CPTED, which is crime prevention through environmental design, Vision Zero, complete streets. We want to take all these best practices and infuse that into our planning activities and the outcomes. We want to do an inventory of our features, gaps, and barriers around our community. We want this tool to help with education and programming. We want to identify and prioritize infrastructure projects. We want policy and code recommendations. We want policies and programs that encourage use. We want to increase or maintain our bicycle-friendly community designation. We're currently a bronze level bicycle community, bicycle-friendly community, sorry. We want to identify funding mechanisms, and we want to make sure we have a good schedule for implementation. All of our previous plans have goals and strategies addressing active transportation, but we don't have a really good layout and implementation schedule on how to address that, when we're going to address it, how it might, what it costs, and what the priority for addressing those things are. And we want to make sure we're doing a really good public engagement campaign as well. So we are working with consultants Craft & Toll and Lane Shift. Both of these companies are out of Arkansas, different parts of Arkansas. And we will be engaging in a big effort next week with a lot of public engagement. So this is just a quick timeline of our process. So summer of 2022, we're in that right now, and we're doing data collection and visioning. A lot of that's going to occur next week with our public engagement. This fall, we'll be looking at our network a lot more closely, developing recommendations, doing a little more engagement in November and December, doing some prioritization and developing our implementation plan next winter and spring. And then by the end of next summer, we should have a final draft that will be presented to all of our jurisdictions for possible adoption. This plan would potentially replace all those other plans that I just went over. So this would be a replacement for Jefferson City's sidewalk and greenway plan whenever it's done, because it's incorporating all of that information together. So what we need from you all is public engagement. We have a lot of activities going on in September, and we have a survey out right now. As of today, we had 607 survey responses, which is really great for our activities. For some folks who aren't in surveying, that might seem like a low number, but it's actually a very high number for us because people get surveyed to death. And so we really appreciate everybody who's taken the time to take that survey. We've been visiting with different jurisdictions and committees and communities. I'm going to go to every city council in our area. This is just one of those city councils that I'm coming to. And talking to them about the plan, getting input from them. We'll continue to do that throughout the process. We've done a big social media push on this as well. And we have several things coming up next week. So we actually have 3 public meetings coming up next week, one in Holt Summit on Wednesday night at 6 o'clock. And then 2 back-to-back on Thursday night at 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, either here in the council chambers or across the hall in the Boom Bancroft room. And I'm not going to go through every single meeting that we're holding next week, but we have a lot. So we're doing stakeholder discipline groups. So we're inviting people in the healthcare industry, public safety, education, libraries, schools, business owners and chamber representation, advocates and transit providers, and then we're bringing all of our small communities together to discuss their needs that are a little different than what we have here in Jefferson City. And then at the end of the week, next week, we'll do a debrief or a report out to elected officials and staff. And so I know that a lot of you have seen invitations to different events, so I really appreciate you all attending those. It's just a recap of our public meetings. Again, Holt Summit in Jefferson City next week, and we still have that survey open through October. I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you for that presentation, Katrina. Are there any questions? And make sure as elected officials that you all have the 16th on your calendar. You sent out an invite already, but we'll make sure. And the previous slide that has the other list for other community members, where did you say they could find that?
This list is not necessarily online, but all of the 3 public meetings is listed online, and those are set as events on our Facebook page. And so,
Okay.
I mean, while the public can attend these stakeholder events, they're usually designed specifically for stakeholder representatives from those different agencies. So if there's anybody who has suggestions for folks that should be invited to that, please let me know.
Great. Any questions of council? And staff has prepared some of these cards, so I'll pass these on either side. It has a QR code, so you can just very quickly and easily take the survey that's open until October. And we look forward to getting participation. If you're part of a community group and would like Katrina to come, I've been to several groups and heard your presentation as well. So we want to get the word out for people to take this and send that link out to people.
We do have an activity planned, I believe next week. I'm partnering with the Parks Department to do a pop-up breakfast, I believe, on Monday the 12th on one of the Greenway trails. So
great. Well, we need to get engaged in our active transportation. So, and that's something maybe our scouts can even engage in as well and take these ideas back. So with that, Katrina, why don't you come forward with council and get a picture so we can send it out to you? And I'm going to distribute these out to the audience when we do that. Thanks. So what we want to do is share that out so that people know to get engaged in this. And I'm going to take these cards and just hand them to either side. And if you all would like to take one and pass it around and take that survey, that would be great. And item 8, we have announcements by Mayor, Council, and staff. You can find our 4 committees listed at jeffersoncitymmo.gov, and we will start with administration.
Yes, we are dispensing of tomorrow morning's meeting, though I would like to remind the committee members to vote on or send in your notes about our appointments. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Item 2, public safety. Finance.
Thank you very much. The next budget committee meeting will be this Thursday evening at 5:30 p.m. in this room. The 2 after that will be next Monday night and Thursday next week as well, 5:30 in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Public safety.
No announcements this week, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and Public Works.
Public Works will be meeting Thursday, September 8th, so in 2 days, 7:30 a.m., I assume here in this room. We've got a fairly full agenda. Again, one of the issues we will be talking about are utilities and kind of in the neighborhood, so I'd invite anybody that wants to come and speak to us to join us Thursday morning.
Great. For my announcements, I wanted to announce that the City of Jefferson, for the United Way, the yard decorations, that we won the most Wonka themed, which was exciting. So Jennifer Sakanik in the front office was creatively positioned. I don't know if hopefully you saw it out front, but each council member was a, what are those things with Willy Wonka, the extra people? Oompa Loompas, thank you. So each of us had we were all Oompa Loompas, and maybe that's why we won. I don't know, but it was the most Wonka theme. So congratulations, and thank you for the support of United Way from all of the organizations. Also, as we know, we had Guns N' Hoses last weekend, and Team Guns has the winning streak. So they've won every time. So anyway, in hockey. Okay, Chief. So it was a great game and for such a good cause, but congratulations to Team Guns. But Team Hoses really, they scored first, so we thought for a minute that maybe they would get a win, but I will say...
You're making it worse.
Sorry. It really was great. So thanks to everyone who participated. They make it look easy, but I know getting out there on those skates, that takes a lot of practice and work and effort. So appreciate the community's support for going out, and it's always a sold out event. So start early and get out there, and please support both Team Guns and Team Hoses, because Safety Net is ultimately the recipient of all of those funds, which helps families of fallen first responders. So thank you for that. Item 9, any other announcements? Item 9, we have Lincoln University Student Representative Update, and we're very excited to have with us as the semester gets started, Octavia Aylesworth, who is the new student representative. So welcome, Octavia, if you'd like to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Octavia Aylesworth. Currently, I am a senior at Lincoln University. I am from Memphis, Tennessee. I am a chemistry major minoring in mathematics, and after graduation, I plan on attending medical school and becoming a nephrologist. I've enjoyed my time being at Lincoln all my 4 years, and I've also enjoyed being in Jefferson City. I believe last semester I went to the Capitol. It was very beautiful, so it was very nice going in there and just touring and everything. And we have a lot of great things going on at Lincoln, and I'm very excited to share everything with you all. On Thursday, September 8th at 11 a.m., Fall Convocation for the 2022-2023 academic year will take place at Richardson Fine Arts Center. The convocation address will be presented by Ms. Precious Hardy, class of 2015, and she is a Gus T. Ridgel Fellow and PhD candidate at the University of Missouri-Columbia. Later on that day, on Thursday, September 8th at 6 p.m., the LU Benefit Barbecue will take place at the President's residence to celebrate the investiture of President John B. Mosley. The location is 601 Jackson Street, Jefferson City, Missouri, 65101. The tickets are $25, but they are limited, and more information can be found at lumoinvestiture.com. On Friday, September 9th at 1:30 p.m., the investiture of President John B. Mosley will be taking place at Mitchell Auditorium, Richardson Fine Arts Center. The location is 710 East Dunklin Street, Jefferson City, Missouri, 65101. The doors open at 1 p.m., and you can RSVP at lumoinvestiture.com. If you cannot attend, the ceremony will be streamed via Lincoln's live stream page. I would like to share with you all our new Blue Tiger profile. 486 new students have joined the Blue Tiger family this semester, and 347 of them are first-time students. 137 of them are transfer students, and we have 2 visiting students. In the state of Missouri, the majority of these students have come from Jackson, Cole, Boone, and St. Louis counties, and outside of Missouri, they have come from the states of Kansas, Illinois, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Florida. And the top majors amongst our New Blue Tigers are nursing, business, education, agriculture, and psychology. Next to athletics, on September 1st, LU Athletics hosted a Topeka takeover where students were able to travel to Topeka, Kansas to support our football team for their very first game against Washburn. Although the outcome was not what we had hoped for, we still cheered them on. I personally went and I had a great time, and we will continue to support our football team throughout the season. On September 9th, we will support the football team as well as our other fall sports at the pep rally at 6 p.m. in Jason's gym. On September 10th at 2 p.m., the football team will have their first home game, and we would love for everyone here as well as the community to come out and have fun while we support the football team as they will be playing Northwest Missouri. Everyone is encouraged to wear blue and to show their Blue Tiger pride. If you are interested, football season tickets are available for purchase. Season tickets plus a tailgating spot is $75, and season tickets plus additional tailgating parking spots is $85. More information about this can be found at lubluetigers.com/tickets. Lastly, we have a lot of great events going on around campus. Homecoming is just around the corner. Our theme for the year is the Blueprint, and homecoming will be taking place from September 25th to October 1st. There will be many exciting events taking place that week for students as well as everyone in the community. We would love for the community to come out to the homecoming parade as well as participate in the homecoming parade. We love when everyone in the community, they register their organizations, and we always appreciate the support of the community as much as we love to support the community of Jefferson City. If you would like to register to be in the parade, or if you know anyone that is interested, this information can be found by going to Lincoln's website, by clicking the Alumni tab, and then Homecoming. Submissions are open until September 24th, and if you have any questions, please email luhomecoming@lincolnu.edu. The homecoming game will be later on that day at 2 p.m. at Dwight T. Reed Stadium, and the football team will be playing against Central Oklahoma. And lastly, on behalf of the Office of Student Engagement in Royal Court, there is the Little Mr. and Miss Lincoln University of Missouri Contest 2022. Contestants must be a resident of Missouri, they must be between the ages of 6 and 12, and they must complete the application with an included photo. Now, the application does close tonight at 11:59 p.m., but if you would like to access the application, you may go to the lumo.royalty Instagram page, and there you will see the flyer, and you can scan the barcode to the application. And if you have any questions, please contact brown.t2@lincolnu.edu. That was all I have for today. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to stick around for a little bit, but I will not be able to stay the entire meeting. But once again, thank you, and I look forward to being back at the next meeting.
Welcome, Octavia. We are so happy to have you here, and we appreciate the report because our goal is to inform the city and our city council members and staff, and also just the community in general about what you have going on at Lincoln. And we are fortunate to have you as our student representative. Glad to have you here for your first meeting. And we can also have you submit that information to Emily, to our city clerk, so that we can get that all in the minutes and make sure that that's accessible to people as well. Are there any questions of council? Well, we're certainly glad to have you here this evening and look forward to connecting in any way that we can. If we can get on campus sometime and have lunch with you or coffee, or if there's anything we can do to inform students. I know you'll, the same of what you've done here, you'll take back to Lincoln and inform them of what we're doing as well. But Lincoln is such an important part of our community. So, and with that, and I know it's been a lot of presentations, but since this is your first meeting, come on up here, we'll get one last picture. But I do also want to say, while Octavia is walking up and while council's coming up here, that with the media that's here, if you would like to get her information here before she leaves and maybe do a highlight or get to know Octavia and what she has going on, because to be the student representative to the city council is an important position. She's only the third one we've ever had in our city's history. So we're glad to have you here doing that, and maybe fourth actually, now that I'm saying that, but sorry. But it's important to highlight Lincoln, so maybe the media can do a little story on you at some point as well. So welcome. think that's how we get our cardio here tonight, is up here. So item 10, we have our item that a lot of us have been here for this evening, and we appreciate everybody's patience in going through the agenda. We have presentations from the gallery on specific bills or resolutions. All individuals will have 5 minutes to speak, and when you come to the podium, please lift it depending on how tall you are, so that we can make sure if you speak into the mic so that everybody can hear your comments. We have with us the three developers that are going to speak first. And then we also have people who have signed up. If you didn't sign up, don't worry. We'll make sure everybody who wants to speak to this topic will. We will lead off with Luke Holtschneider. Is Luke, welcome Luke. He will give us an overview. Luke is from Jefferson City Regional Economic Partnership, so we'll have you give us an overview this evening. Welcome.
Okay, good
Or actually,
evening.
is staff? No, okay, we'll start with Luke. Okay, thank you.
And I think staff will give the overview, but
Yes.
just here for a non-photo opportunity. But, no, appreciate. Yeah, short-lived. Okay. So Luke Holtschneider, Jefferson City Regional Economic Partnership. Really to just kind of kick off the conversation for this evening. Appreciate the opportunity to make a few comments before getting into the developer presentations, and really wanted to focus on something that I think is no shock or no surprise to any members of the community, is that housing is a critical component to a community's vitality and growth and long-term viability. And so Jefferson City, Cole County, Central Missouri has some challenges. I think just frankly and honestly, and I think some of the information through the housing study that's come out has really helped identify some of those key impediments that we have in areas in which housing is lacking. And ultimately, it's not one single type of housing that is necessary, but ultimately it's the full spectrum. And with these challenges and the impacts of the challenges affecting many of the businesses and the workforce opportunities that really help drive the community, it's difficult to begin to address these without unique circumstances. But then whenever you have a tornado and other disaster events that affect some of those housing units, it really helped highlight some of the challenges we face today. And with some unique funding opportunities to assist the community with some of the disaster recovery, just really kind of pulling in all support to ensure that we move forward to help our industries, help our businesses, help our communities, and help the individuals with building out and providing accessible housing options throughout the community. And so really just appreciate the opportunity to take a couple minutes without a picture again to just make a few comments. So with that, really I think the background staff will be able to provide as well the specific developers, but appreciate the option.
We appreciate it, Mr. Holtschneider. And does council have any questions? Okay, thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here. And we'll go through the three presentations. We'll start with the Stronghold Housing Development presentation. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Darren Priest. I'm the Executive Director at Central Missouri Community Action. Thank you. And I have with me Stephanie Thompson in the back. She's our Cole County Community Organizer. Ben Burgett is our Housing Development Director. And then Pete Ramsel behind me is our consultant and developer. So I appreciate your service and appreciate your time tonight. Housing is obviously, Luke kind of stole my thunder there a little bit, talking about the need. There's no doubt and there's no question and there's very little discussion about the fact that Jefferson City needs more housing. And so we need all kinds of housing, whether that's workforce housing, affordable housing, market rate housing. We need all of it because there's simply not enough. And so you're probably wondering, well, Central Missouri Community Action is not a developer. What are you doing up here? Well, I want to tell you why we're interested in working on this issue. And I'll start by just pointing out our mission. CMCA's mission is to build relationships to empower people, strengthen resilience, and improve quality of life for all members of the community. So Stronghold Landing is a great reflection of that mission because we're trying to improve the whole community. So Luke talked a little bit about the need, but I want to talk about the people because what we're talking about is people all throughout Jefferson City who are working here whether we're talking about the retail quarter down Missouri Boulevard, or the staff and the teachers at your public schools, or the nurses and the CNAs working at the local hospitals. We're talking about people who are working here and can't afford to live here. So that's a challenge. That's something that we're trying to address with this project and with the other two you're going to hear from tonight. So it's important to note also, you know, there's a lot of public money we're proposing to put into these projects. And the reason for that is because the private market cannot provide the kind of product that is affordable to the people that I'm talking about. So you can't come in here with private equity and build an apartment complex that has rental units for less than $1,100, $1,200 a month. That's not affordable for the folks that I'm talking about. So we're creating a product where the lowest rent is about $460 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit to about $750 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So it's heavily subsidized so that people can live, work, and play in Jefferson City and not have to come in from outside communities to find quality housing that they can afford. So that's what Central Missouri is coming to the table with. And so to just expand on it a little bit, I'm going to talk about the project here in a second, don't worry about that. But I want to point out that we're providing the type of supportive services that are going to help people to not only be good tenants, but also to be good employees, to be the kind of parents that support their kids in the schools and that can contribute back to your community. It's really important that we provide the services so that people have long-term stability. I'm very, very pleased to announce, I hope this is okay to announce, but Common Ground is going to be one of our service provision partners, along with the types of services that Central Missouri Community Action is known for. So that's coaching, leadership development, utility assistance, all the types of things that help make families stable. Those are the types of services that we're going to make available to all the tenants of the units at Stronghold Landing. Have to point out the name Stronghold Landing because we're building on the spirit of resilience that you all showed after the tornado of 2019 and the JC Strong hashtag that the mayor was so good to highlight throughout her travels and supporting the recovery efforts. So Stronghold Landing, the name is a reflection of the spirit of resilience that this community has shown over and over and over again. So with that, I'll kind of walk through the project a little bit, and Pete will fill in when I miss something. He'll make sure that we have a consultant because these deals have tremendous amounts of red tape and bureaucracy and paperwork, and that's why we've got HRM services helping us with that. So this project is on the west side of town. It's on the extreme west side. It's on Lohman Road, 5011 Lohman Road. It's on the border of the city, so it's literally across the street from the city limits. We're right next to Modine Manufacturing and Big Brothers Big Sister, or Boys and Girls Club, sorry. Boys and Girls Club just built a facility right across the street, so we're in a great location. We're trying to provide, again, housing for the whole retail corridor down through Missouri Boulevard, and we think that this location is going to be ideal for serving the folks of Jefferson City. There's a further out view of it. Is there a timer? Do I want to make sure I don't go over my 5-minute limit? So this is just a site plan, as you can see. So there's 3 buildings plus a community building where there are just meeting spaces and offices. These are the 2-bedroom units, and these are the 3-bedroom units up here. And just to give you a sample floor plan, this is one of the 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And all of the ground floor apartments are obviously accessible units. But you see when you come in, this is the front entrance over here. You have a master bedroom with private bath, second bath associated with the second bathroom, or second bedroom. And this is a pretty typical layout for our units. Let me pull up just a 3-bedroom real quick to give you a sense of what that looks like. There we go, 3-bedroom. Same thing, this is the entrance over here on the right side. The master bedroom is here, the first room with its own private bathroom, and then the additional bedrooms for larger families and a bathroom for them. And then just to highlight again, so this is just the floor plan. If you remember the site plan, these are the long units that have the 2-bedroom, 2-bath units associated with them. And then we have that's the first and second floor, and then we have the 3-bedroom units that look like this that are part of that third standalone building. That's the site elevation, what it'll look like from the ground. I'm really pleased with this property itself. You all saw this property before. It's not the first time that it's come to your attention, but it is completely build ready. It's flat. There's infrastructure that comes right up to the street. It's going to be really easy to connect it and build on this property. And then again, this is what the property will look like. And I'm hoping that while I'm not going to take a photo today, I'm hoping that all of you will come out in a couple of years when we're finished constructing this, when we have ribbon cutting and celebrate housing that people can afford in Jefferson City. So with that, I'll open up for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilwoman Ward?
I have a question and a comment. And I don't think you covered this. Will there be on-site management?
Yes, there will be on-site management.
Okay, I figured there would be, but just wanted to ask. And then, you know, because children will be living here, I liked
the playground?
The plan with the playground and the dog park.
That's way back
Yeah,
up there.
I just wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, thanks for commenting on that. We know that young children need gross motor skill development and want to make sure that there are safe opportunities for them. So there we have the playground and the dog park right next to it.
Well, and that's why I asked about on-site management too, you know, because of the playground and, you know, being able to.
That's right. You know, when I talked about the importance of really making sure that the tenants have stability, that's about whole family stability and making sure that this is a safe property, that it's well maintained, that the playground is safe for the kiddos, and that it's a place people want to live.
Councilman Spencer?
Yes, the site plan, it looks like the Trade Center Parkway, that's just a cul-de-sac at this moment in time, but there's still quite a bit of property there. So is this a site that is going to be developed, expandable for other apartment units?
You want to take
Sure,
that?
I'm happy to do that. First, I want to mention that we have submitted this particular site and this particular site plan for a number of years. I was there when we went through the zoning process, went through the city meetings, planning and zoning, and city council. It was actually approved in 2017. And since then, this will be the fourth time that we submitted this project. And you probably scratch your head a little bit and say, well, why bother? Well, each time we were encouraged by the staff to resubmit it. It is a great location. Quickly, I think of the corridor. The Highway 50, Missouri Boulevard, my God, every convenience store, every big store, thousands, literally thousands of working folks, hard-working folks are right there in the immediate area. Those are the folks that go to my heart. We've said for years it's more than housing. And by that phrase, what we coined years ago was services. And one of the services that we plan for at all of these family complexes is an after-school program. Because we've learned over time, I've been doing this for 50 years, when that bus comes home and 50 to 100 or more kids get off that bus, they need activities. They need a study hall environment. They need computers. They need all of these things. All of that, with their help, will be situated right here as they get off the bus. And if mom's working, they can go right into that community building, get a tutor, help with homework, computer. That's the way we design it. And we really believe that phrase. We coined it, we live it, we breathe it, and it's worked. It's more than housing.
So the question is, the land right next to it, is it developable? Are there plans to do so?
We basically have promised the developer that we'll continue. We typically do a phase 1 and a phase 2 and a phase 3. And that speaks pretty highly of us. We're doing a phase 3, proposing a phase 3 in Maryville. We're proposing a phase 3 in Lake Ozark, and I could go on down the list. That means we're doing a good job. People want us back. And there is ground to expand and do a phase 2 or a phase 3.
However, there are no plans for that, to get right to the answer.
Any other questions, comments? Councilman Fitzwater?
Yeah, thank you for being here. And just going through, so you're proposing 40 units on this site, 28 two-bedroom, 12 three-bedroom. You're anticipating 50 to 100 kids would live in those units?
No, I don't anticipate that many kids will live there.
I'm sorry?
I don't expect that many.
Well, I
kids.
thought he said there would be 50
He was
to
just
100
giving an
kids.
example of a full bus that drops off kids and need activities. That just as an example. I would expect that all of the 3-bedroom units are going to have children in them, and most of the 2-bedroom will as well. But
So
I would
your
expect
experience would-
between 40 and 60 kids.
All age range as
Mhm.
far as school range?
Right.
And then it also said that you're proposing 75% of the units to be between 30 and 60%.
Right.
That
So
narrows the market quite a bit, doesn't it?
Right, it sure does. So all of the units will be at 80% of area median income or less. So 80% for family of 4 is about $66,000 here in Jefferson City. The 30 to 50% range goes up to about $41,000 for a household income, and the 30% goes up to $27,750. Again, that's for a family of 4, so just as a point of reference. But we don't expect there's going to be any challenge filling all of these units. There is tremendous demand out there. We operate the Housing Choice Voucher Program in Cole County, and our wait list is just all day long.
And when they compute the income, is it just the sole breadwinner, or if it's a two-parent family that are both working, is it both incomes?
It's total household income.
If I may, as clarification, we've got.
If you want to speak into the mic, that would be great. Thanks.
As clarification, we've got 40 units. We've got 10 units that are at 80% of median income. We've got 5 units that are at 30% of median income, and the balance are basically 60%, if that helps.
All right, and then you're also preparing to request some of the Cdbg funds that the city has access to, is that?
That's right.
part-
We've applied for $2,385,000, which I think is the threshold if all 3 projects are funded with the local CDBG disaster relief funds.
Is this project doable without one or both of either the
I'll sort of
long-term credits from the state or CBDG?
It's not
dollars?
doable without some sort of public subsidy. So the CDBG disaster funds leverage our request to the Missouri Housing Development Commission for tax credits. It makes this an eminently fundable program as far as they're concerned. The competition for tax credits is pretty extreme, and so when you have local dollars going in to support the application, it makes it so much more fundable. And it's, I'm hoping to see more than one project funded in Jefferson City. I mean, I'm probably not supposed to say that because it's a competition, but we just need as much housing as we can get. So the local CDBG funds just help to support all 3 of the proposals.
And you'd indicated this is the 4th time this has come through. The other 3 times, was it using low-income tax credits, or was it just straight construction project?
Before Pete answers that, I want to point out that, so this is the first time Central Missouri Community Action has been listed as the owner. So that's a big change from the proposal. Previously, we were going to be the provider of supportive services. We wanted to make sure that this project goes forward and stepped up when the opportunity presented itself to be the owner. But I'll let you answer about the tax credits.
MHDC has adopted a point system, and basically you have to point out and you have to point higher than your competitors. Having a not-for-profit developer is significant, gets you more points. So that's what we've done. We've asked, instead of a private developer or for-profit developer, we've asked a not-for-profit to come into the picture and lend their expertise, their services, and everything they bring to the table. Makes it very much more appealing to MHDC.
Well, my question relates to, if this request is different, do you have any additional obligations to the community as far as what your project is doing? And maybe that's a better question to our staff, but if it's just a straight financed project, it seems like it goes through planning and zoning with one set of eyes. If it's a tax-supported project, does that put extra requirements as far as notification for the community and the zoning and so forth?
This basically is the same project that we've suggested to MHDC and asked them to fund for 4 years in a row. The only difference is we truly have a not-for-profit service organization performing the role of general partner. We've had a private for-profit developer as a general partner in the past applications. So I see absolutely no difference in zoning. I don't know how you could think that.
I'm just asking the question.
Yeah,
It-
and as
why
far
was
as-
it pulled back the other 3 times?
It just didn't get the points awarded. Like I said, they're incredibly competitive applications, and it just didn't have the points to rise to a fundable level. So I would point out again, the CDBG dollars make this a very fundable project. So it's just under $10 million for the total development costs, minus the $2.385 million that we've applied for CDBG funds. So really, we're only asking for $6.5 million or so from Missouri Housing Development Commission for a $10 million project. So they're going to like the math on that.
Do you know what school districts this property sits in?
Uh,
I know it's Jefferson City, but what actual schools? Pioneer Trail for the elementary, TJ for, and then Cap City. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Spencer?
So Section 8 housing would also be part of the equation on this development too.
We would accept Section 8 tenants, but it's not part of the project. The project itself with the tax credits and with the CDBG funds, and frankly with some of Central Missouri Community Action's developer fee, we're subsidizing the cost of those units regardless of whether those are housing choice voucher units or not. So again, so we would accept vouchers as a landlord that's pushing for responsible tenants. We would take those, but it's not part of the proposal.
And Rachel, the CDBG funds, is there greater freedom on the, for lack of a better term, the qualifications of the project? If like a developer did want to come and build on any other sites, do they have to go to the process of doing the tax credits?
So this particular program is supposed to be leveraged with the tax credits.
Okay.
So there's, 2 pots of money. The applications for the CDBG DR funds were due yesterday. So the 3 developers that are presenting today were the 3 applications we received.
Mr. Kroll?
And the distinction is the DR, disaster recovery funds, are specifically designated for the result of the tornado that we had.
That's correct. And we went through the exercise for the past 3 years of building out the programs, working with Department of Economic Development, with the Missouri Housing Development Commission, to create the environment or the conduit to allow private development to come in and solve some of the issues. So when we were building out the budget, there was $4.8 million dedicated to new construction multifamily to be leveraged with low-income housing tax credits. These projects are about $35 million to the community being dumped in. So that was that whole process, was to identify that so they could put their hat in the ring for those funds to carry through to this other process, and maybe to step back and address what Councilman Fitzwater was asking. Last year we had the Trade Center apartments and also affordable housing off of El Dorado, neither of which got funded. So we reached out to MHDC to ask why, what can we as a community do better. And it talked about connecting to economic development, which is one of the reasons why we reached out to Luke and Gary at the Chamber and JC Rep to get those ties strengthened. Also, not connecting to the service providers, which happened in this case. Also, they knew we had the disaster recovery funds coming, so they knew that there was going to be a leveraging mechanism that was coming within the next year or so. So I think that kind of also was a factor in why those didn't get funded last year.
Councilman Spencer?
And I think that's an example of working with organizations to put forward a development. And we still have Mr. Mcgraw here, so maybe he can answer some of these questions. I guess that's my concern, is that we didn't get all the affected organizations that could be affected by any of these developments, mainly the school district, who are already stretched really thin on their resources that they currently provide to existing students. So I guess, why didn't we get them to the table sooner, earlier? Because I think that's an important segment of our community that needs to have a seat at the table and to share their concerns. So if someone can answer upon that, that'd be great. Thank you.
So each of the developers is required to get a zoning letter to basically outline to both the Department of Economic Development, the city, and MHDC is that property already zoned correctly, or does it have to go through a zoning action before it can proceed? The properties that this one is on is already zoned correctly, so there wouldn't be the need to do a public engagement process because there's no zoning action. It'd be the same as if somebody were trying to build a commercial business. They don't necessarily have to come before planning and zoning if it's already zoned correctly. It's also a real estate exchange, so a lot of those details don't come up until the last minute, and this was a very, very rushed deal. It was one of those things where we've been working I've worked with one of the developers for the past 2 years just on timing because of the real estate options that she would have to enter into before having to build her package, and it's a lot to put together in a short time period. So the concerns that I've heard through the grapevine, none directly, is the difference between low-income housing tax credit and Section 8. Low-income housing tax credit is a subsidy for the developer to be able to fund the upfront construction costs in order to provide rentals that are affordable to the community. And that's where I provided the multifamily tax subsidy income bracket. That was also the hard part because the developers, the more tax credits and subsidies that they want to receive, if they commit to that lower rung, it's a scale. So the lower you commit, the more you can ask successfully. So it changes. And then you have different types of units that can be, 10 can be market rate, 20 can be at 60%, and the rest can be at 80%. So it's just, it's project by project. Section 8 at its core is rental subsidies. It goes to the person or the family, not the development usually. Also, why didn't we know about it? Well, it's a real estate transaction. And again, that's where I encourage you to pay attention to your council packets because if it's already zoned correctly, we're not going to go out and get public engagement for that. We wouldn't do that for any other business or property owner.
And I guess, Jefferson City needs to utilize its size to its advantage. We're a small community, and I think we could do that. Not to basically say, we as this city council, this local government wants to be a good neighbor, wants to be a good partner with any of these developments out here. And a part of that is communicating what those developments are. And so it might not be required, but I think it would be just good practice to do that. Just as a sense of, we're all in this together. And so that would be something I'd like for us to kind of maybe address in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Spencer. And I know that on this particular project, or all of this, that it was just within the last month, correct? Early August, hasn't it just been a month time frame turnaround for this particular?
That's correct. And I had a few council people reach out and ask for it. I don't have them. I kind of know where they're going to be, but I don't know what they're going to look like. I don't know the unit size. I don't know, because the application packet was due yesterday. So far I've seen 2 out of 3. I haven't actually looked in the folder yet. So it's also a timing. Because the applications have to be put together so quickly, it's hard to get that information to you all. But that's also one of the reasons why we bring it forth to this meeting, is that is the public engagement component.
And another mechanism just to get directly to leadership is that we do meet regularly on a monthly basis with leadership from different entities, including school districts. So as we know these things, we're able to mention that. But again, that's as we know them, that's definitely important to get that communication out. And I'm going to call on Councilwoman Wiseman, but I wanted to mention a comment that you said about the competitiveness of the process that, but Rachel may be able to also clarify, and she will when we have you do our staff presentation, that it's not necessarily that only one could be chosen, perhaps all three, and we don't necessarily make the choice. What we are, just for the benefit of some people who may not know, the decision isn't made in the chambers tonight. The decision tonight is simply to support the application. So this is a resolution of support, are the three items we'll take up after this. So we don't necessarily, it's more of a support of the council, and it doesn't necessarily have to be all one or none or the other.
I appreciate you clarifying that. It's really the Missouri Housing Development Commission
Correct.
where the high level of competitiveness kicks in.
Yes.
And the CDBG funds, again, leverage that competitiveness and make it a little bit better.
Sure.
For what it's worth, Councilman Spencer, I totally agree with you. As a former school board member in Columbia Public Schools, engagement with the schools is critical. And, you know, it's part of our mission to build relationships. And I will promise you that we will reach out to the local schools as we find out what kind of, the ages and the numbers of students that will be living in those units. We want to be a good partner. We want to make sure that we're not additional burden to those schools, but that we're providing support so that those students are successful.
Thank you. Councilwoman Wiseman?
Yeah, so this conversation has me perplexed. I don't know why we're here, and I don't know why we're having this conversation. We can't stop this. We can't tell it to go. And so it seems as if I just don't know why we're here. I don't know what we're doing.
A resolution from a council is a component of the application packet for MHDC.
So we're just checking a box.
Correct.
Okay.
And supporting an application to pursue the low-income housing tax credits.
So showing our support does show, and as we know, the disaster recovery process, and that shows that we recognize that need. And so it's important. And also, I think it's good also for the public to get the correct information out too, as people can see the details of the three developments as well. But good question.
Well, I guess I was just concerned because this isn't a PUD plan, so it's not like we can change it or enter into an agreement with the contractors. They get to do what they want. They're private contractors. I mean, aside from whatever federal funds they have, I just wasn't sure what our role was tonight because we can't make it go and we can't stop it. And so that's why I wasn't sure what we were doing. So, okay, thank you.
And in the past, when projects have been overlooked by MHDC, and now we have a better chance, hopefully, because of the tornado, but having our support will help, hopefully, to get it to the finish line when we know what a need we have. Councilman Fitzwater? Or I'm sorry, was there another? Councilman Spicer? This is my phone. Oh, no problem. Okay.
Brian, I had a question for you, sir. How long have you known about this? 2 or 3 weeks. And how long has this been going on?
We started working on this last year.
Last year. Okay. So, don't you think it would have been nice to include the school district?
In hindsight, yeah, that would have been a great idea. Like I said,
former school board member.
Sure, and you know, Columbia Public Schools struggled to find developers willing to work on housing that people can afford. So I get that, and I will introduce myself and look towards building the kind of relationship that is really supportive of each other.
All right. Thank you.
And to clarify, though, this actual process has been about a month, though, just to make sure.
CDBG application.
Yes, for this particular.
Yes, we opened it up August 5th, I believe.
Okay.
Maybe somewhere in there.
Councilman Fitzwater?
Yeah, I just had 2 additional questions. Multifamily, is that 2 or more? Can you refresh my?
Multifamily is 5 or more.
5 or more,
Mhm.
okay. And my second question is relating to the CBDG. When those funds are awarded, is that a council distribution, or how are those funds distributed?
So we submitted our proposal with a budget attached to it. Once we get our award documents, which should be within the next couple of weeks, I'm assuming, because we can't technically award them until we have our full award, or whomever would receive the funds. So that the council would have the option to accept the funds or not.
So the final decision rests here.
On the exception of the funds. Now, if, like specific to the developments that are being proposed, that's there's a scoring committee that DED has put together that includes MHDC. So there's a larger scoring committee, and those folks will decide who of the 3 projects would get the funding to then move on to MHDC process. So that's going to be within the next week or so.
I think I understood that.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Well, we appreciate your presentation, and we had a lot of extra discussion on it that pertained to the process in general. So we appreciate your time, and we'll go on now to the next presenter or the next developer. So item B, we have Oakleaf Villas Housing Development Properties, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Leila Grubel. I'm with LRG Consulting and Development, Inc. I am one of the people that have been working with Rachel over the last 2 to 3 years in submitting applications through MHDC for affordable housing within Jefferson City, particularly since the tornado hit. And they've just been kind of, as I said, stalling because of the disaster funds. Cdbg didn't have all their monies lined out and set up exactly. Each developer does compete differently. What I'm proposing is Oakleaf Villas. It's off of Oakleaf between Red Oak and Meadowlark Lane. I don't know how this thing works for sure. Just scroll. Okay, let's see. There we go. So this is kind of the site location. We are proposing, because of the site zoning, which is already zoned, to do duplex, 21 duplex units or 42 units of housing. We're proposing 12 two-bedrooms and 33 bedrooms. I think I've got that right. Again, as they said, it's a very competitive process. There's a scoring criteria involved with submitting the application. We are working with a not-for-profit also to help with our scoring criteria. They are not in the ownership entity. They would just be providing the supportive services and the information, lead referral or special needs or anything like that we would have within the development. One of the unique features of this plan is because they are duplex units, we are hoping at the end of the tax credit compliance period to offer them to the residents for home ownership so that they could eventually purchase their own home and build their way up out of, just increase their living stability and their family environment and that. Again, as they showed, we have a typical 2-bedroom floor plan and a typical 3-bedroom floor plan. We would have a 1-car garage with each of the units. We would provide washer, dryer in each of the units, not in addition just to having the hookups, but we would provide all of that. We would have an on-site community building and a management person on site. We would take care of maintenance and helping the tenants learn as they built towards home ownership to learn to take care of their own apartments and houses and maintenance that would go with that. I know one of the questions, just from the conversation that I've heard dealing with the school district and different things, is that I would like to point out, because of the tornado, a lot of this is replacement housing and infill housing for people who are currently and have been couch surfing and living with other families. So they're already in your school district. They're just moving locations or being able to move up into their own place to live rather than having to stay with grandma and grandpa till they can find a place, or, sleeping on the neighbor's couch or something. So that is something that's very important to point out, I believe. Let's see. Again, our rents would be competitive, and MHDC does designate kind of what you can do in rents and how much you can request in rents versus they monitor your operating expenses to make sure that you're operating the property effectively, that you're making sure that it's properly maintained, that you're not letting, you're taking care of the HVAC and the roofs and all of that as you're going through your compliance period and managing the property. So if anyone has any questions, I would.
Thank you. Councilman Fitzwater.
Yeah, and I noticed on your mix, you talked about 33 bedrooms.
Yes.
Well, two bedrooms. In your proposal, you didn't talk about the mix of the income levels. I mean, the last one said they were going to do 75% of 60% or less of the AMI.
Okay, so.
Do you know what your goals are?
So we're targeting 10% of the units, which is 7 units, at 30% AMI. And then we are targeting, I believe, 10% of the units at market rate, which can be above 80%. And then the other 75% would be, I'm sorry, it's 15% at 30% AMI and 10% at market rate. And the other 75% would be a mix of between 50 and 60% area median income individuals.
You're proposing more larger units, so more 3-bedroom?
Yes.
Do you anticipate that translating into more people living in those units, or people that want additional space and the family size would be in the 3 or 4 range?
I would anticipate that being the family size in the 3 or 4 range. If you've got a son and a daughter, they want their own separate bedrooms. So 2 children, 2 adults maybe, is what I would anticipate in a 3-bedroom.
There's some beautiful duplexes on Red Leaf. Were you guys involved in building those?
No, sir, I was not.
Are they comfortable with the project? I assume that was some land that's just kind of
the land that
behind those projects that are
yes.
just limited access to them. Are that whoever owns those, are they comfortable with this development?
I have not actually met with the community yet. That is something we would do as we progress forward. But the development is, as Rachel had already noted, it is already zoned for duplexes. So if I weren't coming before you as a affordable housing developer and I just wanted to go in and put duplexes in, I could just go on and do that without coming before you. Because of the site and recommendations from the city, we will go through a updated preliminary plat, final plat, public improvement plan to provide all of the infrastructure for that area.
Would these kind of units tend to attract retirees more than the big multifamily?
The 2 bedrooms might, because again, even the seniors like 2-bedroom apartments or houses to live in. But we were kind of looking more for, just the small family.
My last question is, you indicated that you feel like a lot of the people that may move in already have kids in the school system, but this is fairly removed from where the tornado went through. Do you know what schools are in this area?
It's the Jefferson City School District.
Well, I know that.
Okay, it's Jefferson City High School, Cedar Hill, and I'm trying to remember if it's Thomas Jefferson or
It's in Lewis and Clark.
It's Lewis and Clark. That's right. You'd have to remember that. And it is only a mile from the original tornado that hit Hawthorne Park Apartments and took out 64 units.
Yeah, I know. Chief Wildey took me on a tour of those apartments the morning after the tornado. So yes, it was. Anyway, my point is the kids may be in the school system. They may be in other schools. So echo the comments of my colleague that the better job we do of getting everybody at the table, the better job we as 10 people can try to help push these things along. But I appreciate you answering the
And
questions.
we absolutely understand that, again, because of the time frame. And one of the requirements of MHDC is not only to notify you as the city council, but to notify the school district and request a letter of support, to notify the local police chief and request a letter of support, to notify the local housing authority, and all of the state senator, the state representative. So we are in the process of notifying all of them. But as Rachel said, CDBG came out with their program August 5th, and we had to have everything turned in on Labor Day. So they didn't give us much time to know exactly what their requirements are and what we could ask for and how to move forward on that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just want to touch on the retirees. I got 3 calls for rentals last week because people do call me for that. And one was a retired couple that is downsizing and is looking for an apartment. Second was a girl from Lincoln University who had just graduated looking for an apartment. Neither one had children in the school system. I can't remember who the third one was now, but interestingly, neither one was able to find something. But maybe they will eventually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item C, Eastland Hills Apartments Housing Development Presentation. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. West.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Phil, can you hear me all right?
Yes, you're a little tall for that mic.
Yeah,
There
it
you
keeps on
go.
wanting to
Now,
drop.
perfect.
That better?
Thank you.
My dad, Eric West, is passing out some information for the council members and the mayor. Apologize, staff. I counted 11. I didn't even think.
Thank you.
Before I get started on our development, my name is Bo West. My dad and I, along with a partner that I will get to here in a minute, are going to be putting this proposal of Eastland Hills in. And before I get to the specifics on this potential development, I just wanted to kind of touch on CMCA. They kind of touched on it as well as Luke and Rachel, but the current situation in our city, in our community, you drive around town, no matter where you're going, gas stations, retail stores, hardware stores, the post office, hospitals, it doesn't matter. There's help wanted signs everywhere. And we are in the middle of a employment crisis, which is being exacerbated and fueled along by an even more urgent housing shortage that we have in this city. Employers are trying to fill employment roles at their jobs, and they are just unable to find employment to do so. And the city that's had that study done, a major reason for that is they cite the lack of affordable housing. In addition to that, Jeff City has a population that is aging. Over the last decade, the only significant increase in population demographic was 65 plus. The workforce age, 25 to 64 age brackets, those 3 age brackets combined had a population decline over the last decade in Jefferson City. We are losing our workforce, and it's because there is no housing, according to the study that the city commissioned. 23% of the employees working in Jeff City live in Jeff City. A whopping 77% commute out of town, 32,000 people. Leave Jeff City every day, they get in their car, they put their paycheck in their pocket, they drive 20, 30, 40, 60 miles away to wherever they live, they put their money in that local bank, they spend it in those local restaurants and in those local shops. It's not being spent in Jeff City, it's money earned in Jeff City being pulled out of our community. In 2019, before the tornado, we were already experiencing a very tight housing market, getting tighter. It was already extremely tight for affordable housing. You can ask Carrie, I've been knocking on her door all the time for years saying, hey, we need to do something about affordable housing. We need to do something about affordable housing. The night of the tornado, we instantly lost 144 rental units in the city. Like the first presentation said, this is a competitive process, but by God's grace, the state would fund all 3 of these developments. We would get 130 units back. We still wouldn't even get back what we lost to the tornado. It would just be that much closer to getting back to 2019 levels of rental housing in Jeff City. So we're at this unique opportunity where we, as developers, need both the city and the community's support. to be able to access both these CDBG DR funding and the LIHTC program to bring quality, affordable housing to Jefferson City. On our specific development, my dad and I are partners in it with another development team. My dad and I have been in the apartment industry in Jeff City for over 40 years. We have both market rate properties, and we currently have a property in the LIHTC program, Cedar Ridge Phase 1 and Cedar Ridge Phase 2. We have a partnership share on that development. It is off of Old Lumlin Road out on the west side of Jeff City. Our partner is Folsom Housing Group, Matt Folsom. They live in Lee Summit, Missouri. Folsom Housing has been doing the affordable housing production and management for over 20 years. They have more than 30 developments in 4 different states in the Midwest. Most of their development is in the state of Missouri. Getting into our proposed development here, you can see kind of the concept design of the building. We are proposing 48-unit workforce housing development. The property will be a mixed use of both affordable housing units and market rate units. The rent on those is $525 and $625 respectively on the affordable, and $604 and $719 on the market. It's a site map of our location. We'll be located just off Eastland Drive on East Miller Street. We picked this for a few different reasons. One is the ease of access to the highway, getting workforce to and from the site to wherever their employer is one major reason. Secondly, we are the only proposal that is in the designated HUD MID that is the most impacted and distressed area. That designation was given in the DR 4451 to the zip code of 65101, where most of the damage was done from the tornado. So we wanted to pick a location in the area of town where the most damage was received to bring housing units back to that part of town. Additionally, it's kind of hard to see on this map. It's not as big as I was hoping. That's a map of Jefferson City, and there's little brown boxes scattered all throughout it. Those are current LIHTC properties. This is from the HUD's website. You can see up in North Jeff City and Holt Summit, there is a LIHTC property. There are a few scattered in central Jeff City. It is my understanding that one of those is family housing and the other 3 are all elderly housing. They are not workforce affordable housing. Then you have a property serving the south side of Jeff City. We are off over there by Apache Flats with Cedar Ridge Phase 1 and 2, and there's a small development out in St. Martin's. What you'll notice on that map is that East Jeff City is absolutely not being served by this program and has no affordable housing. It's lacking the well-maintained, high-quality affordable housing with state oversight on it. In addition to that, we are 0.34 miles, less than a half a mile away from Eastland Plaza. It's walking distance to several different services and providers, including grocery, pharmacy, banking options. By the way, 9 of those employers currently have help wanted signs in their doors in the Eastland Plaza. 4 miles from a major industry park on Algoa Road. I've spoken to some of those industries out there, and they all have told me that their main issue to recruiting and maintaining employment is the lack of affordable housing in Jefferson City, specifically the east side of Jefferson City. And lastly, Eastland Drive is a current bus route, so that just helps to have transportation available for the residents. So our site plan, you can see we have 2 proposed buildings. They are 24 units each. We do have a community building planned and a playground as well. This is a letter from Jefferson City Planning and Zoning stating that we are in compliance with the state's, I just lost my train of thought. What's the letter called, Ryan? Zoning, compliance with the future use, the city comprehensive plan. And then that all zoning is applicable to this type of development. 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit. I can't read it from here. It was 937 square feet. 3-bedroom, 2-bath units. They're a little over 1,200 square feet. Each one will have their own private patio and/or deck with storage on the outside. This is a floor plan of the buildings. Each level will have 8 units available to it. Elevation, the exterior on this, we're looking at a brick and some sort of either vinyl or composite siding. Asphalt shingles. The community building, in addition to having a leasing office, will have a community room access for the residents available, and then for service providers to have office space as well. And then lastly, just a few people that have signed on in support of our development. A couple big ones I'd like to note, both hospitals have signed on. Jefferson City Board of Realtors, CNS Business Services, they're desperate to have people to put in their temporary workforce. A couple different housing developers throughout town, Jeff City Housing Authority, Cobb Properties, Venmo Apartment Association, Rape and Abuse Crisis Services of Jeff City, and on. And we had some political support of Dave Griffith, Mayor Kerry Turgeon, Cole County Commission's on board. All three commissioners have signed off on their support of this, and then Dave Kimna, First Ward. And with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilman Schreiber?
When we talk about the development, Miller Street, where you're going to put it, is a dead-end street.
Correct.
Has there been any communication with our city engineering staff with regard to traffic patterns, congestion in the Lewis and Clark area, when Eastland Drive is a very, very busy street?
So when I spoke with city staff on this, they recommended that the city's probably most preferred method of extending that street would be to extend it from the east of our property that we were looking at to the western edge of it and putting in a hammerhead where trash trucks would be able to turn around. They said that it is in the city's comprehensive plan to have East Miller eventually connect where it dead ends over on the other side of that vacant property. Would that be Miller Street to connect to East Miller then?
They've been talking about extending Miller Street for 30 years.
Looks like they're about to
It's
get somebody to
never
pay
been
for it.
done. So, and we've Public Works has heard nothing about it at all, so,
Yeah.
you know. So what about the sidewalk issue over there for people that are trying to get to the plaza and those kinds of things as well?
So there would be sidewalk from our development all the way to the plaza. They would have to cross Eastland, but there is sidewalk currently on East Miller, and we would be required to have sidewalk on both sides of the street. And then there's sidewalk from, like I said, other side of Eastland all the way to the plaza.
Has the city provided you with any demographics with regard to the distribution of tornado victims, which most of them were over in my ward, over in Ward 5?
Mm-hmm.
Did they provide you with any demographics of where those people might be distributed rather than just say, well, they might be living with grandmother or
I have not been given that particular demographic. I can say anecdotally from being in the housing industry here, I've had several that have came to me and haven't been able to find housing in Jefferson City and have ended up leaving town.
Okay. And I don't guess that's like kind of the other folks that presented here tonight. You haven't had an opportunity or haven't been given the opportunity or taken the opportunity to talk to any of the residents that live in the area with regard to their wanting this project in their area?
I've spoken with some residents in the area. A lot of the business owners I speak with are residents in the area that are desperate to have housing in that area. So, I mean, I've spoken with some. I haven't surveyed the
neighborhood?
the whole east side.
Okay. Okay, let's see. So, do you think, about how many folks would you say as far as young people that are school age, what would you say, just as an estimate, the number of folks that would be going to East School or Lewis and Clark based on your project?
It's hard to say given the urgent nature of housing in Jefferson City. I can tell you from my other two developments in the Life Tech program in town, that's 72 units, so quite a bit larger than the 48 we were proposing. And I think we maybe have 20 school-age kids in that 72 units.
Okay.
So I would expect, if it stays about the same rate, somewhere between 6 to a dozen would be my guess.
Okay. And will you have an on-site manager?
Yeah.
You
Yes.
will have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
on-site manager and maintenance.
Okay. Now, when we speak of an on-site manager, does that mean that someone that will actually live in the complex or just someone so?
That would be
available?
preferable if we find the right candidate. Well, at Cedar Ridge, we have an on-site. She lives on property, and she's available basically 24/7. If there's a maintenance emergency, some sort of health emergency, or 911's been called for some reason, she's there to give access to the units.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Spicer. Sorry, Spicer.
So do you accept Section 8 housing?
So again, these are not Section 8 properties, but being involved in this program, you cannot turn someone away for Section 8 housing just because they have Section 8 housing. If they meet all other rental criteria that's set forth in your application process, and the only thing is that they have Section 8, then you would accept that voucher. Again, anecdotally, Cedar Ridge, 72 units. I've got 3 or 4, maybe 5 that are presenting Section 8 vouchers. The rest have no vouchers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Spencer, did you have a hand up? No. Councilman Fitzwater.
Yeah, I just had a process question for Mr. Molman. If a resolution is approved, what is the next step after that?
That's actually probably a better question for Rachel. From the city's perspective, it would move on to the state competitive process. I don't think any of these projects here have presented any zoning issues. So the next time the city council may see something, I'm not sure the city council would see anything because there are no zoning issues. So from a city perspective, unless there's something outstanding that I'm not aware of, it would move on to the state process, and and then it would just be the kind of regular course of business, building permits and things like that.
How would we notify them?
How do we notify?
If council says this resolution we're approving, then what happens? How do we notify whoever we have to notify?
So the resolution would go into the MHDC packet. So we would give, if council approves the resolution, the mayor comes in and signs it. I usually get a copy of it, and I would disseminate that resolution to the 3 developers or however many were to get it. Then they would include it in their packet.
Well, my question relates to one of the letters in the packet from the mayor indicating support for the program. Are we as a city already bound that we've already endorsed this project as the chief elected officer of the city?
Did you by chance direct me to kind of what you're looking at?
In the packet that we received tonight, there's all the letters that he indicated.
Okay, I haven't seen that.
It's kind of toward the back, about 3rd or 4th from the back.
He's referring to my letter of support from the mayor, just like some of the elected officials that have presented letters, not on behalf of the council or the resolution, so they would need the resolution to show support.
Right. So this is a letter of support from the mayor in her capacity as mayor. So this is limited to the mayor's support, not on behalf of the city or the city council as a whole.
And I've written letters for all 3 have letters of support from me.
So it does not bind the city?
No.
Thank you.
I don't know if it matters, but like she said, she had written letters for 3. That was required as part of the Cdbg funding application process. As developers, we needed a letter from a unit of local government and a zoning letter.
I'm not disputing what's needed. I'm trying, kind of tagging on to my colleague that we got a lot of things going that we're being asked to endorse, support, move forward when things are already endorsed, moving forward. And I know we've had some briefing on these through Public Works and also at council in regards to the CBDG, but as was admitted tonight, that there weren't specific projects tagged to it. I mean, some caught wind of yours, I think, probably more than the other 2. The other 2, quite frankly, were somewhat of a surprise till we got the packet. So I'm just asking the process, when we're being asked to endorse something, when we've got a letter from 2 people around this dais that have already sent letters saying we endorse this, I just want to make sure it doesn't bind me until I have an opportunity to act on it.
Correct, and this is very common practice as well, and I've written them even in the past years for some of the projects that were not approved. Councilman sorry.
That did not involve you, so I
Okay, sorry about
apologize.
No, that's okay. Councilman Spencer?
And again, it kind of brings it to a little bit broader light as some of us, I guess, are on a need-to-know basis, and some of us are going to know when we want to be known. So, I mean, Councilman McKimna wrote a letter of support as well, and, you know, I'm just not understanding how, as a whole group of the council of this body, how come we can't be brought in at the same level of communication as the whole body instead of just one or two people.
They asked for a specific letter from the mayor on this. Actually, all three did. So,
but that's my point. If you know that you're going to write a letter of support, how come we can't let even our subcommittee chairman of Public Works know what's out there that might be put on our radar screen as a committee? So again, it just comes to a communication piece that I think we need to improve.
and that's the reason we're doing the resolution of support, is we are bringing you into it, just as I was recently brought into it in a quick time frame of turnaround, that we are bringing it forward to council. Councilman Hensley and then Deacon.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. West.
Yep.
Just on the issue of compliance with the various programs that provide funding, in some cases for developers, and rental assistance vouchers for some tenants. Are there any of these programs that require you to, or are you, for any reason, planning to allow tenants to stay in properties if they are failing to pay rent?
Absolutely not.
Or if they are bad tenants for any reason?
There will be zero tolerance for any criminal activity and or drug activity.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge or based on your experience, can you give us some sort of summary of what the MHDC requires and for how long a period of time in terms of owner-developer maintenance and compliance with program guidelines for their properties?
Sure. So this would be a compliant period of 30 years. MHDC would require us during that time to keep our properties well maintained. We will have to send in annual audit reviews to MHDC. They will come out at least once a year and do property inspections of both interior inside the apartments and the exterior of the buildings. They randomly pick the units. I believe it's the day they get there. I don't think they even give you a heads up. You just have to kind of let the residents know, hey, they're coming for inspections. You might get selected. So please have your place as presentable as possible, and dirty clothes in the closet. I'm sorry, what else are you asking? It's a 30-year compliant period.
Yeah, and just basically what the process and expectations are.
Yeah, so I mean, with the state oversight, it really helps keep the properties as an asset to the community. And I've invited some people that have talked to me that maybe had some questions or concern, and the first thing I do is, go drive out to Cedar Ridge 1 and 2, look at those are almost 25 years old. I wouldn't say that they look brand new, but they look very well maintained for being 25 years old. It helps, just the oversight keeps the property run well-oiled machine. Not only do you have that oversight, but they also hold the reserve accounts for us. And if they drop below a certain amount, we're required to build them back up until they get to whatever that level is set by MHDC. To tap into those, we have to send a written request to MHDC. They have to approve the expense. It's typically for large sort of repairs, like we need to replace the HVAC systems, a pretty common one on a property 25 years old.
And then what sort of consequences are there, both over the immediate 10 or 15 year period and then over the long term if properties fall out of compliance or acceptable condition?
Well, luckily, I haven't experienced that. But if you are file non-compliant, they will not allow you to tap into your reserve funds. You have so many, so like at the state inspections, if they find anything that they need to, or they feel that you need to address, they will give you a 30-day period to bring the property back into compliance. if within 30 days you've submitted all the receipts, photos, all the stuff that shows that you have brought the property into compliance, you're allowed to access your funds again. If you do not bring it back into compliance, you're not allowed to access your funds. And Melissa's on the call. She may be able to answer that better. I don't know what happens if you don't bring it back into compliance, because we don't ever do that.
Okay. And I think we all know the answer to this, but are you aware of any enforcement and oversight mechanism in place on the private rental market that does not have light tech involved?
Oversight like that provides?
Like the inspections?
Yeah, no, and that's a lot of the problem with a lot of rentals in Jeff City.
Yeah. I got a few questions on another topic. I think it's been touched on lightly tonight, but I just want to get into the types of households that would potentially fall within your income limits.
Mm-hmm.
Which thresholds are you all using, and at what percentages?
I got that on my phone. Give me just a second. So we have our 48 unit mix. We've got 18 two bedrooms at 60%, 19 three bedrooms at 60%, 3 two bedrooms market rate, 2 3 bedrooms market rate, and then 3 two bedrooms 30%, 3 3 bedrooms 30%.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I caught all that, but I caught enough of it. So on that first grouping that you mentioned, I think they were the grouping at 60%.
Yeah, that's the majority of them.
You have 18 and 19?
Yes.
So a single person renting, who wants to rent a unit there, can make up to $34,740 in annual income.
That's
correct?
correct.
And then a two-person household, which obviously could be either two adults or a parent and a child, or there are probably some other permutations there, can make $39,720. A three-person household, again, a number of permutations probably, can make $44,700. And then it goes up. It goes up from there in roughly $4,000 increments as you add people to the household.
Correct.
And then you talked a little bit also about the difference in prices of the affordable units versus the market rate units. And when you say that a market rate unit is for the 3 bedroom, say, is $719, that's what you're planning to charge for
market rate rent,
for
yes.
your market rate unit. Is that roughly comparable in your experience to the overall market here?
Yeah, that would be pretty comparable.
Okay, so for that same 3 bedroom unit that the market rate is $719 on, the affordable rent is $625.
That's correct.
Okay, so the affordable rate is still 87% of the market rate.
Correct.
So someone living in one of the 3, a parent with 2 kids who's residing, I guess they'd probably, I don't know if they'd be in a 2 bedroom or a 3 bedroom. Let's say they're in a 3 bedroom. A parent with 2 kids making $44,000 a year is really only getting a 13% discount on this affordable unit.
Right.
Okay. So I think it's interesting to look around our market here, job and income wise. And, we just had a lot of discussions in this room over the last many months. It feels like a few years at this point, but I think it's just because of how close we've all been to it. And we're aware of what the average salary of a city employee is, someone who works for the city, which I think now is probably up in the $52,000 range. And the state employees, there are thousands and thousands of households in this city that have state employees as breadwinners. And you'd be shocked, maybe you'd be as shocked as I was to try to pin down an exact average salary of Missouri state employees. But both from the numbers I found and in my experience as a 10-plus year former state employee, I can tell you that $35,000 to $55,000 range covers a huge swath of state employees in this area.
Speaking of that, I forgot to mention when I was speaking, but I looked up the average pay at Algoa Correctional Facility, and their average pay for prison guard is $30,870.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people right next to Eastland Hills that would be served by that.
Yeah. You know, we just did a lot of work also on starting salaries for JCPD officers and for 911 operators. 911 operators now, I think once you add everything together, probably starting at about 42-ish, because we had the 40 minimum plus they got the same $2,000 bump that everybody else did. And I'm not sure what it is for teachers in the school district here, but I'm guessing that they're not out of the range of at least state employees. So I think what's remarkable is, you know, everybody hears affordable rental units or low-income housing tax credits. I think the really remarkable thing is just what a wide swath of this community would fall within your income eligibility requirements and potentially qualify for not just for your units, but for the units at the other developments. That's really not a question. I thank you for your time.
I just one correction real quick. I might have had a typo somewhere. Melissa just texted me that our 2-bedroom fair market rate is $694. So I don't know if I had a typo somewhere earlier.
That's your market rate is $694?
Yeah.
Okay.
On a 2-bedroom.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councilman Kemna.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Again,
Yeah.
she was just pointing out the fair market rate on a 2-bedroom right now is $694, and ours are renting at $604. If that makes sense.
Okay.
So comparable, but we're still, our market rates
You
are
are planning to rent yours at 604.
Yeah, our market rate are still going to be a little bit below what the fair market rate is. But I'd actually say, given with my market rate property, that's I know you see these fair market rate numbers, but they take a lot of things into consideration. So it would be, I think that's a fair price on a market rate.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councilman Kemna.
Yeah, and I know you currently oversee a current LIHTC project, right? And we had a conversation of the residents that are in there. You said quite a few of those are state employees, correct?
Yes, I would say the makeup of Cedar Ridge, I was just speaking with our property manager about that. She said that a lot of older people retired on fixed income. A lot of the ground floor units are occupied by them. And then the younger folks, they have a lot of state employees. I don't know. She didn't give me a percentage. She just said they have several state employees living out of Cedar Ridge, which makes sense. It's the largest employer in town, and we're the lowest paid state in the nation.
Yep. And noticing some of the letters of support, you know, some of these businesses are on the east end. I know you said Scholastics was one of them, Modern Litho. I mean, I feel these competitive rates, these are your target people that you're wanting to provide workforce housing for. Is that fair? Is that fair to say?
Yes, this is housing for the workforce. It's the backbone of any local economy. If we don't address it, I mean, I'm daily turning people away from my office, 10, 15, sometimes 20 calls a day at my market rate place saying, we don't have anything till, I mean, right now, maybe into November I might have something. They're renting 2 months in advance, 3 months in advance. Cedar Ridge, it never has vacancy. It always has a waiting list. So this housing is needed desperately. I mean, the look on these people's face, if they've driven to every apartment complex in town and they get to yours and you're the last one and you tell them you don't have anything, they want to sit down in your chair and break down and cry.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I've got for now.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Spencer and then Fitzwater.
Yeah, on the previous slides, you had a list like Councilman Kemna that stated about some of the businesses that.
Yeah, that one?
Yes, absolutely. Have they given you any kind of numbers to say, hey, this is how many of our staff would probably be eligible? I mean.
Some of them, I have talked with quite a bit with Modern Litho Printing. They're very interested in seeing this. I don't have a letter of support yet from Scholastic, but I have been talking with them. They mentioned that they really have a need for this type of housing on that east side for their employees. They've mentioned that they had a lot of employee affected by the tornado. And it's like you've heard from everybody else tonight, this has been a nightmare ever since May 2019. It was becoming a nightmare before then, but that turned it into a really bad nightmare.
Well, and people that, there's a large capture of people that have left and we're not going to get back, quite frankly. I mean, so some are possibly couch surfing, but we lost a bunch of people after that tornado, and they've not come back. But, you know, you have a good reputation in our community. You're local. You've been here for 40 years. And, I mean, your reputation precedes you. So,
well, thank you.
I just have a lot of issues, mainly with the process. I'm not a fan of the LIHTC process with you know, the financial, the banks making their cut and those kinds of things. It seems a little dirty process for me, but I understand why the mechanism is there.
And I can say that Jeff City's not going to get conventional type of housing development come to it. The rents, as I was just saying, while they are raising, and that study says it, they're nowhere near. Somebody said in their proposal, conventional rate, you would have to get $1,000 a month. You're not going to get that in Jeff City. We looked at doing development at our market rate property before, after tornado, before COVID, and the construction costs before they went crazy during COVID. We couldn't afford to do it. We were going to have to cash flow. You're not going to get that cash investment here. So to take a unique opportunity that we have as a city, where out of that tragedy of the tornado, we are given some disaster relief funds that we compare to make us more competitive against the state. Because quite honestly, we have a hard time getting funded in Jeff City with MHDC because they don't want to be seen as showing political favors. I've been told that at MHDC before. The last time we put a proposal together for Cedar Ridge, it was we wanted to do a rehab on the 72 units that were currently there and phase out 24 more units. And we were told it was too much of a request because Cedar Ridge didn't need it. It looks too nice. Well, then not 2 sentences later, we were told, well, you're in Jeff City, so you have to have your property above and beyond our expectations because it's too easy, it's too visible for politicians to go out, drive by and say, oh, well, here's a problem. There was a shutter hanging off or something like that. It's run down. So this is a really unique opportunity for our city, our council, our community to come together, support these projects, to take advantage of these disaster relief funds, because otherwise, if we don't do this, we're not going to get development. As I mentioned, our population is aging. Another 10 to 20 years, that 65 age population is going to be 85. And if we don't start getting that workforce age brought back into Jeff City, we might have lost some and they're not coming back. But if we don't do anything about it, it's not going to get better. It's just going to continue to get worse. And we're going to have continued decline in that workforce population. So.
Councilman Fitzwater and then Deacon. Or did I miss you, Deacon? Did you? I'm sorry. Okay, Fitzwater.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Councilman Hensley. So who makes the final decision who you accept as a tenant? They apply through a state process?
No. It would be us. We set forth our own rental criteria. There may be, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. So MHGC will set the income guidelines on the ceiling. So that single person at 60% is $740. They set that guideline. We're allowed to set a minimum guideline on income. We are also allowed to set guidelines on what we would accept. So, you know, at our properties, we would do credit and criminal background checks. The rent could not exceed 30% of the income. That's our floor. So that comes out to be, I think, $21,000 on the 2-bedroom apartments at affordable rate, $525. And then, you know, yeah, we write a criminal credit background check. They have to meet all of our qualifications. If they do not, we do not approve the application.
Well, my question relates to, if you have someone, say, at the 60% level, and you have a Section 8 person applying for the same unit, is there any incentive, coercion, direction to you to take the Section 8 versus someone that qualifies at 60%? Are they allowing you to maximize your income, or is there hidden forcing you to take Section 8 individuals?
No, not that I'm aware of. We would not be forced to take that. We would accept the first approved application on said unit. So if I had what you just described, the first person walks in who's got the 60%, fills out an application, and then 10 minutes later, another person comes in, fills out the application with Section 8 vouchers, we would process both applications. The one that we received first, if they qualified, they would receive the unit.
So if it's flipped, you'd take the Section 8 if they got there first?
They got there first.
And I know we also have Deacon and then Hensley, but is,
I just have a question based on just this last thing. It'll take 10 seconds, sorry. Is there anything requiring you to treat someone with a Section 8 voucher any differently with respect to application acceptance or the rent that you charge them?
No, no.
So just because they have a Section 8 rental assistance voucher does not mean that they are entitled to $1 less in
No.
their rent?
No.
Okay.
And I mean, honestly, I know this is a hot topic for everybody on that Section 8 thing because it's a buzzword. But again, Cedar Ridge, 72 units, and there's like 4 or 5 total. I mean, it's just, it's not something that we've had to be an issue. And those 4 or 5, like I said, they're retirees on a fixed income. Their Social Security payment is not very high. The Section 8 just helps cover the balance of their rent that they can't afford on that fixed income.
Councilman Deacon?
My concern is the placement in the East End. The East End has the largest population of rental assistance in the town. We've had a horrible time just here a year or so ago with the demographics of the school because the West End says the East End is such a horrible, horrible place to live. They won't even come over here and shop. We have businesses hard pressed to even bring customers over because the West End thinks the East End is such a lousy place. Most of the industries out there on Algoa are not going to be able to, they're going to make too much money. They're going to make $20 plus, they're going to make $42,000, $50,000 within a year's time at the different industries out there. Even Modern Litho said, well, yeah, we got a couple guys making them $14 or $15 an hour, but the rest of them are all making good wages. The nurses and RNs, you say, or the RNs, they're making over $50,000, $35 an hour. The nurses' aides or the LPNs are making close to $30 an hour. What we really need, and our housing assessment just came out, is get rid of so much rental housing and start having single-family owner-occupied. We could have all kinds of programs. Right now, the chamber has got lots of land out there. They could partner with the different industries. They're pushing really hard. They love to get a sewer going through under the highway at the terminus of Mission Drive because there's a big development out there, retail development wants to go in, there's housing wants to go in there. You could settle with the housing. We could change some of our zoning in the infill, allow some duplexes. We don't need rental housing. It's not you guys' fault. It's the money. The people come out of the rental houses, if they can go into single family, then there's going to make room for the renters. And I'm echo Council Spencer. Where are these people now? It's been 3 years. They moved on. These are transitory. And
So do we not want to bring them back or grow?
No, I don't. I mean, if they can only make $12, $14 an hour, they're not helping our economy.
We don't want to have a workforce here.
I want a workforce that they're supplying with $20 an hour, $25 an hour, all the factories.
You're going to pay people at McDonald's and gas stations $20, $25.
Then I'm sorry that their condition in their life is kept them there, or McDonald's pay them more. It is not the government's job to supply welfare housing, welfare everything. It's all of a sudden the state does it. The churches don't do it anymore. The privates don't do it anymore. We're going to have just nothing but a town of rental housing everywhere. If we don't come to grips with single family has to be developed. We can have programs for that. Workforce assistance. This isn't workforce housing. This is for lower income housing. And fifth, my biggest concern is this was kept a secret, Ms. Mayor. With all due respect, you wrote a letter on August the 9th. Councilman Kimmer wrote one, I think the 23rd or 24th. I didn't find out until the 26th by a private citizen, and this is in my ward. You would think I would have the courtesy to be told this is in your backyard. What do you think? None of the neighbors knew anything about it. And plus, the perception that the East End is a horrible place to live in is you're going to drive another nail in the coffin. Larry Rice did a horrible job to the East End, and we're just now recovering for it. And no, I think it stinks. I think it's dirty. And Councilman Kim, I think you should recuse yourself because your employer stands to make money off this. I think anybody working for the bank There's undue pressure there. This is about the money. If your employer stands to make money on this, I don't think you can ethically vote for it. And why didn't you tell me? When you called me, you acted like you didn't know much about, you know anything about this? You knew everything about it. You'd already written a letter. I just found that distasteful. I found it dirty. I found it sounds like Chicago politics. I couldn't vote for it because of the sneaky way it was taken.
All right, I'm not sure who's next, Kimna and then Lester, but I do want to say I live in rental, so there. Okay, Councilman Kimna.
Can I respond to that when Kimna's done too, please?
Let's have Councilman Kimna. Okay, because then we do have some testimony we'll want to get to. So
when I first called you on this, I told you I was supporting it. So that's not the case. Can I finish my point? Okay. And secondly, Central Bank has no financial stake in any of this. So I don't know where that has come up. I know another person has said something to me, but like Central Bank has no involvement in this whatsoever.
Central Trust is not going to buy the tax credits. They're not a conduit of, there's millions of dollars.
I think we can have our counselor Molman clarify if that's an issue. So anyway, not to interrupt, but I'll let Councilman Kimna finish.
So and I had the conversation with him, and he can speak on that conversation. But I know in that conversation, I had a conversation shortly after, and I told you my stance on this. So I don't know where you're throwing this at me.
Your stance when you called me that weekend and you said, "Do you know anything about this?" And I thought, well, maybe he doesn't know about it either. The tone of your voice, maybe I was completely off. Maybe I'm just immature about people's inflection and the words they use. But I thought, well, I don't think he knows about it. And I told you I'd heard about it and I wasn't for it. Then you listen, you said, well, I'm for it. You didn't tell me you'd known about it a long time. You didn't tell me you'd written a letter. You acted like you didn't really know. You're fishing for it. You're not old enough to figure out the old guy.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Okay,
I mean, that's
Councilman
your interpretation.
Lester.
That's not my intent. So I apologize if that was your interpretation, but that was not my intent.
All right, Councilman Lester.
Okay, I just want to say some facts seem to be clear to me that we have a severe housing need, a rental housing need. I live right in the corridor of the tornado, and we lost 40, 50, maybe more of housing units there. They were just about all rental. Other facts are clear that we have a rare opportunity that partly because of that, we have access to funds to build some of this housing that we need. I think it's clear that plenty of the population is within their earnings, their state employees, their city employees, many other employees that would qualify for a lot of these houses that are needed. And I think to say that if you have housing, people aren't going to come to live in there and work in our community is just wrong. Also, my granddaughter's just recently moved back to the city. I think people that say there's not a rental housing need, they just haven't tried to help people find housing. I also know, because of another person I've tried to help, that we have individuals living in substandard, unsafe housing, rental housing. And it's partly because we don't have other quality rental housing for individuals to move into it. And also it's because some of our inspection policies need to be improved, I think. But we do have, I would say, quite a number of people living in unsafe, substandard rental housing. And we definitely need projects like they're being proposed to be funded and built. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have some people signed up this evening, so we'll go ahead and start the public comment
Thank you,
portion.
guys.
Thank you again. So under item 10, we wanted to make sure that our 3 developers had an opportunity and ample time to address and go over their proposals. So at this time, we'll go down the list of people who have signed up, and the presentations are limited to 5 minutes. So I think we have a timekeeper in the back who will let us know. And you can take less than that, certainly, but we will start with Mr. Bud Hill. Welcome, and Jerry Rehagen will be next. So welcome, Mr. Hill.
Thank you. Thank you. I actually am a Clayton Hill. My Bud Hill's my nickname. I was approached by my next door neighbor on Eastland to submit a letter to the MHDC last week, Wednesday, and I did so, and I think I copied the council on that letter with the details of my concerns. I've lived on Chickadee for 40 years. I started there, a single-family residential development with a minimum size square footage of 1,500 square feet. All of Eastland Drive is single-family residential. So back then, 50 was a grade crossing and ended up by the school. The only other outlet was Timber Road over to Hutton. So hearing all this about the type of project, I'm not going to make comment on that, but I think the size and the location in particular is exceptional to what I would like to see in our residential neighborhood. The size being 48 units is huge compared to the individual units that are across Eastland on Woodlander and over on Hutton. Those are 10 or 12 or something like that. And to put them over there on a dead-end piece of Miller Street, that a cul-de-sac is not going to be satisfactory as far as controlling traffic. Miller Street has to go through. And until that's done, I don't think any type of development back in there should be advanced by the city. I looked at the zoning map, and that area appears to me to be zoned commercial, which is not high-density residential. I think a more appropriate location for this type of development would be down on the other end of Eastland or on McCarty Street. So that's my thoughts on it, and you have the letter that I wrote to the other people, and you can study what I told in that letter for more specifics. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. And we have Mr. Jerry Rehagen next, followed by Jana Millard. Welcome.
I'm the shy one in this group, so Mayor, fellow councilman, I'm here this evening to voice my opinion on, and I think Mr. Councilman Deacon stole a little bit of my thunder on what we're concerned about. I've lived in the east part of Jeff City for a better part of 45 years. I currently own a resident on Scenic Drive. Been there for 35 years or so. I respect our part of the city, and I'm hoping that the council will really look at the resolution before moving forward, because I think there's a lot of unknowns. As Councilman Schreiber said, that's just a one-way street in. There's no current proposal to extend that East Miller Street that we're aware of. And I was surprised just recently to hear about this project within the last couple of weeks. There has not been, the Jeff City paper had an article on Sunday, which was quite a little confusing for me to read, and which really didn't explain the entire project. It listed, I think, as the one on East Miller Street as priority 3, I think it said, or the high priority. And I'm not sure the residents that would be there will be coming from the employers that are looking for housing. So I just rather see the council really consider before the resolution is passed to move that forward. So that's why I'm here and I'm concerned about what the law enforcement thinks about that one-way access. I think there's been problems before in streets where there's been a one-way access in and out. So I've been told that was an issue. So whether that's true or false, I don't know. I don't have that information, but that was a comment made by someone. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. We have Jana Millard followed by Layla, but I think Layla is probably already spoken. So the next will be Roger Schwartz. So welcome.
Hi. Thank you all so much for having me.
First, thanks to the three groups that are putting this together. I'm here twofold. One, I'm president of the Mid-Missouri Apartment Association, and I manage DeVille and Hidden Oaks Apartments, which makes up 458 rental housing. So first, I thank you all for having us and putting this together. Obviously, with my line of work, I find it a little bit insulting that you kind of belittle people that are in the rental market. It's kind of needed. You get great maintenance, you get great affordable places to stay, and it's needed here. Bo hit on a bunch of the points I was going to bring up. We did, both as DeVille and the Mid-Missouri Apartment Association, draft letters in support of the project that will be on the east side. There were several reasons for that. One, Bo does have, and Eric, if you know his dad, that's hard for me to say, but they do have a great reputation here in Jeff City. So I really feel that any project they do will be Jeff City worthy. They're going to maintain it, they're going to get qualified people, and our workforce needs it. So I have been in property management for 25 years, and the past 3 years pre-tornado, so probably a little more than that, the lack of apartments has been a huge topic. I've sat in on many meetings with the city, many profit and not-for-profit organizations. How can we fix this? So right now, you have, after hearing this, I only saw Bo's, 3 amazing opportunities to get the housing in Jefferson City that we desperately need. So some issues that I noticed listening is there was issues with the school. So if I understood correctly, the superintendent is talking about flip and flop in enrollment. So you take that with any property. So with me, with 458 apartments, in the morning, kids getting on the bus, there's maybe 20. 458 apartments. And so you're going to tell me that they can't live there because they might go to this school or they might go to that school? That's not right. We need our kids here. We need them in safe and affordable housing. And if I had my pick, you guys would split this money, throw all your support at all 3 projects, and get it done. We've been waiting too long for additional housing. People wanting to come back. What about my kids? My kids are going to go away to college. I don't want them back home. They don't have anywhere to go. Literally, 458 apartments. I have 0 available. So that shows you, one, we have renters. We have great renters. I manage 2 great properties, and we can keep that going with Jeff City. They're just asking for some help to get it off the ground because it's really expensive, and it's something that we really need. So another point I wanted to bring up is that I have sat on many, both state and federal, the White House puts them on their webinars about, yes, in my backyard. It's to take the rental market and you remove the stigma behind it. Whether they're Section 8 properties or like mine, or they're just all conventional, you take it and you look at it as a home. Somebody is going to live there, whether it's a single family, multifamily, everybody needs a safe place to stay. So if we can take money from here and money from there and build back what we've already lost, to me it's a no-brainer. So that being said, I will offer you my personal email on here. I'm going to leave them here. Anybody can grab them. We can talk about Section 8. We can talk about the voucher program. We can talk about what it takes to be a renter and to be a good renter. We can talk about what it's going to take to get the kids in school on this side and the kids in school on that side. But let's get them in a house first. So you're talking limited number of issues with possibly with your school boards, and you're talking about everybody that is needing housing, that need is going to be met. If you take the time to meet with any of the organizations, whether it be the Rape and Abuse Crisis Center, the Salvation Army, Samaritan Center, these aren't necessarily people that are low income. They had a bad day. And because of that bad day, they can't find a place to go because we don't have enough here in Jeff City. So if for some reason you think not having people come back or making sure our kids have a place to go when they come back, then don't support it. Don't. But why would you not want to? It's bringing housing here. And I am not going to lie, I don't believe in a lot of government rule. I think private sector is the way to go. But if you honestly tried to get the money to build these projects, you're not going to cash flow. We need help with this. And I think you have a perfect opportunity to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. Any questions? And if you want to take your cards and give them up to us, and we'll just pass them around. Thank you. And we have Roger Schwartz next, followed, thank you, by Gary Wilbers. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Roger Schwartz, and I live at 515 Eastland Drive. And I'm glad to hear that you council members didn't know more about this project than what I did. And I live, less than a block away from the proposed project off of Eastland Drive on East Miller Street. My concern with that particular project is, again, that's already been mentioned. It's a dead-end street. There's 2 financial offices, very nice buildings on that street. And this is going to be at the end of that street, 48 low-income apartments that will be there. And basically, they're going to be on their own in the evening, weekends, that kind of thing, because the offices are closed. So my concern is that we're creating a location here by putting those apartments at the end of a dead-end street. And Councilman Schreiber talked about, that there's been discussion about extending East Miller Street and connecting it through for the last 30 years. I know today it's not on any project list that anybody's got any funding to build any kind of a project like that. So we're not going to see it anytime in the even distant future for a project to connect those streets. And so if it's out there on the end of the street by itself, those apartments, I think we're just creating another problem for our new police chief out there as another location where they're going to have to deal with issues that could potentially be going on in those apartment buildings. I read with interest the article in the Jefferson City paper Sunday about the housing in Jefferson City. And I was really quite surprised to learn that since 2011, there's been an increase of 987 rental units in Jefferson City. I mean, everybody's talking about a shortage of rental units, but that's the only thing that we're increasing is rental units in Jefferson City. The single-family homes is where the real shortage is. If there were single-family homes for people to live in, then there would probably be rental units available because a lot of those people would move on into single-family homes. But we don't have any of those proposals in front of us this evening. All we've got is proposals on low-income housing because that's where the money's available. So that's what folks are chasing. So I would hope that you as a council would look at what you want the city to be in the future. All we've got is a proposal here on low-income housing. We need single-family housing, and where is that occurring? Well, that's out at Wardsville and St. Martin's and those kind of places. And you had the numbers earlier about how many people are commuting out of Jefferson City. Well, maybe that's because there is single-family housing available out in those areas. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And some of them are market rates. I just wanted to clarify that comment just so there's no misunderstanding. Gary Wilbers, welcome.
Thank you, Council. I know it's been a long night because it's been a long night for me, but I've been a business owner in this community for 30 plus years. I am co-owner of that property on East Miller that is being presented, so I do have a financial stake in that side of it. But being in this community 30 plus years and knowing that I work with small business owners and the number one challenge is workforce, I can tell you that's in front of us. And that's here, it's reality, and we've got to think about that as we move forward. The east side, of course, you can talk about not having growth, and I'm sorry that my elders feel like they do, because the problem is we've not had growth because I've had a business out there, is because we don't want growth. When opportunity comes, we miss the opportunity. And Jefferson City has done that multiple times, and I just hope we don't take that again and miss this opportunity. We've got to get people into Jefferson City. I know there's a need already in Jefferson City, but also part of what we need is we need more people moving in. And there's more of an opportunity for the communities that have this than don't. Because today, They can work, number one, they can work remotely, and number two, they can work in our places of business. So there's lots of opportunities there. Three things I want to points that I want to make to you. On workforce housing, on this project and all the projects, and I'm for all three, so I'm not on that side of it. Of course, I have a financial stake in one of them, and I know that there's no other property out east, and that's why it's so important out there. Number one is about the economic development. So really understanding the businesses and what's so important there. The other is really about our city. If we do want to grow, yes, we want single private housing that Roger talked about. Why is no one doing that? Because they can't make it work. You know, we've got to make this work if we're going to make it work in our city. And why are developers not coming in and doing single housing? Because a lot of people can't afford it today in the workforce that's there. So we have to realize that becomes one of our challenge. The other is we need to really have the housing to have development. And when you look at it, it's got to be in areas where it makes sense. The other thing is Bo made a great presentation and talked about what in this community, I've known Eric since 1990, in those times, is you're helping people kind of get that leg up. And I'm a firm believer, that's why I've been involved in Special Olympics as long as I have, is because it's about giving people a hand up. And affordable housing, what you're hoping they do, and what the majority of them do is they get out of affordable housing, then they do go buy that house. And then they stay in your community because of that. So that's economic development and growth. And the last thing I want to state, and it's nothing, but I know you've gotten calls, I know you've heard things, but there's been a lot of lies and mistruths spread. And it's a shame that we have to do business that way. And that individual, I hope they look themselves in the mirror and understand if they're really for growth and they're really for Jefferson City, that's a shame. Because what's been spread is a lot of lies and mistruths about that business. And I tell you, Eric and them's told you multiple times, and Bo and them, come out and check their property. They've had it for 25 years. It's going to look like it does when it first goes up. And it's going to be a benefit to our city, not a detriment. And the last thing I want to really share with you is vote for progress and wellness. And really, it's about the growth of our community. But the question we have to really ask ourselves is this. Are we going to be progressive, or are we going to be a regressive city? We've not grown in how many years? I've heard several of you, because I'm on a different committee on that, talk about where we've stuck in our population. Why is that? Are we willing to be progressive or regressive? Think about it.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, that is the last of our sign-up sheet. I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone that wanted to speak this evening. I've seen a few hands. Pardon me, I see Mr. Tom Rackers and then Angela. So Mr. Rackers, then Angela. Okay, and then Heath. Thank you, and Susan. Okay, those four, thanks. Welcome, Mr. Rackers. And before you begin, it's nice to have a former mayor here, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to go on record in opposition to all three and answer a few questions. Councilman Spicer made a good point. That was my first point to bring out tonight. Why was this so secret? Why didn't the council know about this in advance? Some council people did not know until last week. We were led to believe there would be one project that would be up tonight. Councilmen's got their packets. It was 3 projects. I am told that there are 80 units of low-income housing available in Jeff City right now that aren't occupied. Councilman Deacon made a good point, and several others that made the same point. It's my understanding the biggest need in this community is single-family homes. And we've avoided that for many, many years. Along with the question on Central Bank, I haven't been called by Central Bank, but I know people that have been trying to get them to support this project. Let me set the record straight on Representative Griffith. As of this afternoon, he told me he was not in support of this. Originally he was, but no longer. Senator Bernskoetter told me the same thing. For growth in our community, In my opinion, the reason we aren't growing, we're losing population. We're losing average family income dollars are down. It's because people are moving out of Just City to get in another school district. All the surrounding school districts have gained population. Just City is losing. We will continue to lose as long as we keep fighting this battle. People that can afford it are getting out of here and getting out in a hurry. We can't recruit attorneys. We can't recruit doctors. We can't recruit hardly any professionals. They don't want to live in Just City. And when we do recruit them, they live in Ashland, Columbia, or surrounding communities. Thank you for the opportunity. And one other point. I haven't been to a council meeting in 20 years. This is torture.
Mr. Ackers, the reason they don't want to stay in Jeff...
Is your mic on?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Is the reason they're not wanting to stay in Jeff, the professionals, because the last two school administrations have put us in the tank? Is that the school system is the biggest detriment?
The school system's part of it, maintaining our roads and bridges, stormwater, and the general understanding from people around the state is Jefferson City is not a good place to live. And that's really hurts me because I've been a volunteer in this community all my life. It's a great community. We need to bring it back to where it was. Thank you.
Thank you. And when you say it's torture, that's kind of interesting. This is what it's about, is having deliberation and having the public come. So maybe that was a joke. I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. I mean, I'm just curious.
I admire the council and the staff. If you have meetings like this often.
Are you talking length of the meeting?
Everything.
Everything. I'm going to touch on that too, the amount of torture, because I think that we have, actually tonight we've had some extremely important recognitions, the lives of people who worked here, who passed on. We've had very important special recognitions, and I know that we bring everybody forward here and we take that moment, and it may seem like unnecessary and extra and torture, but I will say it's also important, because what happens in these council chambers and celebrating those good things that happen in the community, that's that one moment that we have to celebrate, and I think it's important. And having the scouts come to the podium and having every single one of those recognitions, at least while I'm sitting in this seat, is I think that's important.
I agree.
So
and can I come forward and get my picture taken?
you sure can.
I don't
and
want
I think having the people, I totally understand, but having people come and deliberate, we can be here all night, and I would be more than happy with that. I wish everybody would come here and talk. So thank you all for your patience. And you can even join online if you don't want to sit through the torture. With that, I'm sorry, Angela Hirsch, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Most of you know me. I'm Angela Hirsch. Tonight I am here as the Executive Director of the Rape and Abuse Crisis Service. RACS supports all three of these projects, and we have written a letter of support for two of them, the Stronghold project as well as the one on the east side. I moved to Jefferson City 30 years ago for an employment opportunity after college. And when I moved to Jefferson City, I didn't know anybody. I didn't know where I was going to live, but I was a renter for a very long time. And having the employment opportunities that I had in this community, being a renter, led me to the point where my husband and I were able to buy our home, raise our family here, and I would not change it for the world. My children have left Jefferson City. I don't anticipate that they will ever come back. But raising them here and making this my home for the last 30 years was the best thing that I ever did. I was one of those commuters. I worked in Columbia for 15 years because I couldn't work here in a job that sustained my family, but I wanted to raise them here. Then I was fortunate to come back and lead RACS where I am today. And that's what I want to talk to you all about. The women and children who come to RACS for safety, because it is not safe for them to stay at home, Some of them, but not all of them, are at or below the federal poverty level when they come to me. But 100% of those families are below the federal poverty level when they leave me. Because when a woman leaves an abusive relationship and makes that step to flee the violence that is harming herself and her children, she automatically loses, at a minimum, half of her income. And when she has to take those steps forward to create a safe new life for herself and her children, you are saying, we don't want you here. You don't deserve to live in this city. And I say, oh, yes, she does. And these developments give those survivors the opportunity to start over, to make sure that she has a safe, clean, secure place where she can start her life over again, where her children are safe, where they can go to good schools, where she can access the resources that she needs to start over again. That is why I support these projects, because the women who are sheltered with me, their lives depend on it. People come to RACS for safety, for security, to heal, and to find hope. And for the last 2 years, since I've been the executive director, I have had families who have healed, who are ready to go out on their own, who have accessed either their own private resources or subsidies, yes, to move out of shelter and start their life over again. And there's no place for them to go. I was very shocked to hear that there are 80 rental units available in this community. I would love to know where those are, because my clients can't find them. They do not exist. Because they can't find them, they are forced to stay in shelter anywhere from 3 to 6 months longer than they normally would. And do you know what that means? That means there's another battered woman who needs shelter, who needs safety, who I can't help because that bed's being occupied by somebody who's ready to leave. This is something this community needs, not only for my families that I serve on a daily basis, but for the families that are served by other agencies like the Salvation Army, Common Ground, CMCA. This is an opportunity to strengthen our community, to strengthen the families that live here, that want to make this place called home. And I hope that you give them the chance to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. And Mr. Heath Garvin, followed by Susan Cook-Williams. Oh. Oh, okay, wonderful. Michelle, yes, thank you. Heath, Mr. Garvin.
Yeah.
From Scholastic,
So,
welcome.
Thank you. I'm on the clock. Wow. This has been an experience tonight, and this, I have to say, and I grew up in a little town outside of Jefferson City, so I've kind of been a commuter all my life, and I went to Jefferson City High School here, graduated from here. I went, actually, I always wondered why a person in Centertown was driven all the way to Thorpe Gordon, but I heard earlier we renovated Thorpe Gordon. I'm very fond of it because it was something for me back then. It brought me close to a lot of people who are still my friends today. So I actually left Jeff City with my kids. I had to pick up and move to New York. But I had the opportunity to come back. Why did I come back? It's a long story, but it was about the memories and the people here. I've been blessed to be able to run the Scholastic plant here. I can't even tell you how great it is to work for that company. I've seen it grow. I've seen people foster, and I've seen change millions of children's lives. Every day, I came out of there today, we shipped over 200,000 books to children today. I mean, we are making $3 books is our average price point. Soon to be $4 because inflation, everything that's going on. But I will tell you some things, and I'm speaking on my behalf. I do understand this came to me as an opportunity. I did not know this was going on 5 days ago. But it didn't take me long to jump on the bandwagon because I have those stories. When that storm, it was actually my first month back from New York running the plant when that hit. We had over 100 employees that worked there that were affected in some shape or form, not their home, but their relatives. They took on other people, and they stuck by us. Many of them stayed here. They continue to house their relatives, and they house them to today because they're still searching for the proper home. I see lots of their children come through the plant, excited about where their parents work. It's something that's that big. They call it like, that's like a children's Amazon.com. It is. It's 96,000 books, right? But we're proud of those individuals showing up every day and continuing to show up. But what I'm here to tell you is when the first barrier is housing, quality housing, I don't care whether it's renting or you're paying for it, it's quality housing. When they're going home because their roof is leaking, because their plumbing is falling apart, their heater's not working, their children are cold, they need to take extra blankets. We buy blankets for people to take to their houses because their heating is out. That's the state of housing in Jefferson City. It didn't just get an upgrade with that tornado that came through. People didn't throw a lot of investment. They capitalized on it. They cut investment because renters were abundant. There were more of them than housing. And that's a shame. We need this competition here to drive out some of these really horrible units. I see it every day. Children are getting sick. I see the numbers. We have on-site health care. You know why? Because our employees deserve that. They can come in. They don't have to wait in a doctor's office. You can drive up there right now and get a 10-minute COVID test if you want. No limits, nothing. This is what people deserve. They deserve high-quality housing so they can bring it forward. I started out there. I came out of school. I had debt. My parents didn't have a ton of money to save. I had student debt. I rented until I was 25 years old and paid it forward. My first one is now torn down. Thank God, it was a dump. But I survived it and I worked. I made $4.25 per hour at Scholastic, my first job there, because I wanted to work on a PC so I could have experience. Work third shift. That's what we're talking about here. But I always had a roof over my head. I never fretted for it. We need that housing back that we lost, and we need to build it back better. That is what this is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garvin. And Susan Cook Williams, welcome.
All right, it's past my bedtime, so I'm going to talk quickly. So I am with Habitat for Humanity. I have also been serving on the Long-Term Recovery Committee since the tornado, the housing chair. I'm also the chair of the Capital City Housing Task Force. So housing, like it's my thing, right? So it has hurt my heart tonight to hear some of this discussion and the comments that were made about the people that may be moving into these apartments. The 30 to 60% of AMI is what Habitat does as well. We go 30 to 80, which is what these apartments are saying. We've been in the community for 30 years. We have over 127 homes that we have built or rehabilitated. That's a lot of families that are in our community. These are people that are working. They are state workers. They are school bus drivers. They are correction workers. I mean, all of our families deserve a safe place to live. And they are coming to us from places that are not safe. We are just about to do our first ever veterans build. We have a veteran in our town that was living in a rental house with no heat, was using a gas stove and a fan to heat himself in the winter. It had roaches, infestation, it was unsafe, he was cold, he still has health issues from it, and that's just one story that I can tell you. We had 76 people interested in our program this year. We can help 4. So those other people that are coming to us and they are saying, I need safe, affordable housing, cannot find it in our town. And the essays that I have to read about these people, it's the worst day when I have to sit there and read that and know that I can only help 4 this year. So I urge you guys to think about this, to think about our families that are here, that are working, that are part of our community, and just need a safe place to live, because Habitat builds homes, but we can't do it all. We cannot outbuild this housing crisis in our town. We need help, we need rentals, and I know I keep hearing that the housing study said that we don't need rentals, that we need single-family homes, and I don't want to hurt Habitat, so still want you to donate to Habitat. But it says right there on the front page of the summary that single-family homes dominate the housing supply in our town. We need rentals, we need places for these people to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, welcome.
Hi, I'm Michelle Wessler. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Jefferson City. I am here tonight because I heard some comments that were made about all the vacant units. I was told there was 100 vacant units in housing and we didn't need any more. I was told, was that 60? Okay, I have 25 units that are vacant right now in the process. Let's see. 15 of them are ready, 14 of them are pre-leased, and 11 are in the turnover process. So, I'm sorry, that's, 25. I gave you a wrong number there. Hold on a second. 11, 15. Okay, I was off a couple. Anyway, we have 235 vouchers issued to the Housing Authority to rent houses or apartments throughout the city of Jefferson. We are at 79% occupied. We have 185 of those 235 units leased. Every time we put out offers for the letters, either the people lose them because they couldn't find a place to go, or they port with them and go rent somewhere else in another jurisdiction. Could be a whole nother state, could be some other city within Missouri, but vouchers are portable. You can take them anywhere you want to go. To house the people that were on our waiting list, which was over 500 people when the tornado hit, and pretty much stayed that way up until COVID, and then we had a little bit of a shortage, but now we're back up to about 400 people on the list. And now a lot of those people are currently housed in public housing, of those 400, but not all of them. People want the vouchers. That's where they get to go rent with somebody else, a private landlord, and they better themselves with those vouchers because you have to be able to pay a deposit. You have to be able to pay your utilities. A lot of them require you to pay your own maintenance. Whereas in housing, we're taking care of your maintenance. We're making sure that unit stays in good shape. But like I said, I came because I wanted to talk about the fact that I'm feeling it. And I'm getting flack from HUD because I'm at 79% occupied with my vouchers because I don't have anywhere to send people to lease in my jurisdiction. When they port, that other agency's desperate for people too, so they take my voucher and they take their voucher, replace my voucher, and send my voucher back. So now I'm still at 79% occupied, and I've sent out 400 letters to try and get 185 people. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to say.
Any questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Wessler. I think we covered everybody that wanted to speak. I want to make sure that everyone had an opportunity that wants to. Okay. Thank you. So now we're going to take up those 3 resolutions. Oh, actually, no, Ms. Zenzi, is there, I think you pretty much gave us probably the report, but anything to add?
The only thing that I would add is the comprehensive plan that was adopted last year indicated that the housing needs within the comprehensive plan. That was done locally by staff. We gathered data. We also put out to RKG to do the housing needs assessment. So we had an outside look for somebody from Boston looking at the housing market in Jefferson City, and it really did pair up. So I'd really encourage to utilize the housing needs assessment and the comprehensive plan as a tool. And the conversation about this not being transparent, we don't go out and help people select sites or say you should pick this one or that one. We just try to create the environment for those things to happen privately. So as far as the transparency of it, we've really been talking about where this funding was going to go for 2.5 to 3 years now. So if you ever have any questions about these things as they come up, because now it's here, and I understand the alarm because it just happened like that. But that's how it's always going to happen with these funding mechanisms. So if you ever have any questions or concerns, or you've heard things, please reach out to staff. We are here to provide you information and the data that you need in order to make a decision that you are responsible for. And I would be happy to answer any other questions regarding any processes or the resolutions themselves.
Any questions of staff before we take up these 3 resolutions? Councilman Spencer?
Yeah, just real quick. It's quite apparent, though, that these presentations are quality presentations. They just didn't get thrown together in a matter of days. So, I mean, that, again, they've been on somebody's radar screen. They just haven't been on the council's radar screen. And, we as a community need to take some ownership, too, as far as within our public works, our codes, and all that we need to be a little bit better at opening the door and rolling out the red carpet and saying, we want to grow as a community, too, responsibly. We have not grown as a community for annexation since 1997. And when I bring prospective developers to our department directors and they get told that, well, maybe you don't want to do this, that really infuriates me. So I think we really do need to do a better job. And and Rachel, don't take this as personal criticism. I think you've done a great job. But I don't think we'd ever over-communicate. And the moment we think we do, I think we have another problem. So our planning and public works, and we need to do a better job of inviting developers and encouraging investment. And I hope we look at future annexation real soon. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Councilman Fitzwater.
I've got a question. I'm not sure who it's geared toward. There was a lot of conversation. I've gone through the report as much as in depth as I could. But there was a lot of conversation about rental units in this community that aren't up to standard that we're allowing people to live in. I'm just curious as to, and I think I know the answer because we've talked about it at committee, but why these units continue to stay on the market if they're not up to standard, and why we don't force the owners to bring them up to our standards. I get the proposal that we're talking about adding some new units, and there's been great debate, but if we're allowing units to be substandard, and we talk about this all the time, whether it's roads, stormwater, why is that an issue that we're not addressing first and making sure that people are living. I mean, someone going home to a gas heater and a fan to, I mean, why would we allow a property owner to get away with treating people like that? I mean, I'm guessing our animal services division does a much better job in the type of housing that we provide. So my first question is, why do we allow that to continue to exist in our community? And I don't know who that's directed to. Maybe it's directed to us as council. And I don't know if anybody wants to take it on.
There's a bit of a code and a legal issue there. I think, I don't know, so Ryan or Mr. Sanders, if he were here, or Rachel. So there's several people that I think could speak to that. I don't know who wants to, and even Michelle as well from Housing Authority. So several, I mean, we could certainly spend some time and talk about it, but so whatever you'd like.
I think the answer to that is we don't. So if and then this is, I'm definitely speaking on Sunny and Dave's, this is in their wheelhouse. It's a lot of the complaints that you get for these terrible situations are complaint driven. So if the tenant would have to be the one to complain. But what happens is that if they go in there, they know they're going to lose their roof over their head. But there's nowhere to go. There's no responsibility for the landlords to pay for a hotel room for a night. There's no responsibility across the board. But if they get a call and they go in and it is uninhabitable by definitions in the code and state statute, they are not allowed to occupy that residence. So they leave. Where they go, that's up to them. Several times we've been in situations with code enforcement where we've been on the phone trying to find people that have the temporary hotel vouchers that they could put them up for the night. Every agency in this room that's still here has probably had a phone call from me when those situations come up. But we don't always see it because the person that's living there is so afraid that they're not going to have anywhere else to go. But there's a lot of them, and we just keep hammering them with code enforcement and every mechanism that we have the lawful ability to do. Right, Chief?
Mr. Kroll?
I would also add that I think 3 or 4 years ago, we had a discussion about a rental inspection program where we would go in, the city would go in on an annual basis and inspect rental properties. And then I think an alternative discussed at that time was when that rental property changes hands. And that wasn't adopted, but I think we could certainly try to bring that back and have that discussion. But Rachel, just following up in your comments, if a tenant calls and has a concern about the habitability of a property, we'll go through and do an inspection on that, and then take whatever action we can do. But it needs to be the tenant that calls and asks for that review.
I believe it could be anybody.
It can be anybody, but the tenant's going to have the most immediate information. We are complaint driven, but I don't think we discriminate on who that complaint comes from. The question only becomes, how do we gain lawful access to the property? If it's a tenant will usually invite us in. But if the information is coming from other sources, we have to go through an administrative search warrant process and the legal parameters that go along with that. The situation that Michelle described, if we had known about it, we wouldn't have allowed it. That's a situation that we would imagine address immediately. But I think Rachel makes a very good point, is I think a lot of people are afraid to report their own living conditions, because if the city comes in, we're a very blunt tool. If we come in and say this isn't no longer inhabitable, we make the building be vacated, and then we don't have anywhere to put them. I think that is a very real concern for people who otherwise are unsatisfied with their living conditions. And it's not unique to Jefferson City. I know that for a fact as well.
Well, I don't remember that proposal. I'm sure if it was in the last 3 or 4 years, I'm sure I was here. So I'm willing to take a look at that. Yeah, I think that is part of the problem. My other two comments are, we've got a room full of incredible people that are really far apart on a very tough issue for our city, and everybody with very solid reasons on both sides what we should do as a city. But yeah, I have not polled council. I don't know where council stands on these issues. I doubt that we're at 10-0 in either direction. We've got a responsibility, as Councilman Spencer has said a couple of times, to make sure we get it right. And I have done a lot of reading over the weekend. I've talked to a lot of people. I mean, and I think Ms. Sensi has done a great job of talking to us in Public Works about the parameters of the CDBG project, but I think once it hits reality of specific projects, specific communities, people feeling like they weren't part of the decision process, whether they have the right to be a part of it, you know, technically, I mean, obviously as a citizen of this community, they have a right to engage in that discussion, especially if it impacts their living, example being schools, people that live in neighborhoods that are concerned, public safety that has to take care of these additional properties. And, you know, I know that, you know, probably the three that are here tonight, if they were going strictly market rate, they could build and there wouldn't be a lot of input from council. I don't feel a unanimous consensus of where this thing's going. So I guess my final question is to our city attorney on the resolution. Council can either approve, disapprove. Are there any other options on those resolutions as actions tonight?
No, I mean, the resolution is a document that shows how the council speaks as a whole. And so when doing that, essentially the resolution is either approved or it's not. Could there be amendments to the language of the resolution? Sure. You know, there could be floor amendments to reflect different types of language. But I mean, ultimately it's a fairly simple resolution, and I think there's probably even a form that is generally followed on providing the information that the MHDC is looking for. So I would say probably not. There's not a whole lot of options here. It's really approve or not approve.
So there's no process to withdraw and reconsider at a later date?
I mean, certainly someone could make a motion to postpone the resolution to some further date. That's always an option on anything that the city council looks at. I think in this particular situation, there are some time frames related to the MHTC deadlines that may make waiting until future council council meetings problematic. I'd have to defer to Rachel and the applicants on that.
September 23rd, is that?
Yeah, MHDC application is due September 23rd.
So maybe we'd have a little bit of time. That's not my bailiwick of when you need to get those those resolutions done.
We could put it on the 19th. The meeting that's 19th, right? The 19th meeting. You know, it just puts the developers, and I can send out a checklist of the MHDC checklist to council if they really want all the information. The packages are usually like, you know, 600-700 pages once all is said and done. So they are really working on pulling all that information together. But that's, you know, time would be the only concern.
And I don't know that that's will of council. I mean, I haven't asked anybody. I'm just trying to say there's been a lot of information dumped, and maybe people are ready to make up their mind, and that's fine as a community to move forward. Again, I don't sense unanimous spirit in how we move forward, and I don't know if that's the best way to make decisions. Maybe it is. Is there, I assume there's an incredible negative to the projects if they get a negative vote from us. I mean, is it a project's dead if they don't get support from city council, or it's just a black eye?
It's a black eye. So they're looking at, they have their regions, they have their St. Louis, Kansas City region, and then they look at other kind of rural regions. And they have so many tax credits to distribute. So it's really about if we want to grab some of those to use here in the community, or if they just go to another community. So you're competing with other communities too. It's not just the three vying for the 1 or 2 or 3 tax credits. It's, you know, they all 3 could get Cdbg DR funding and then go to MHDC and none of them get funded. That's a very real possibility. Or there could be 1, 2, or all 3. But the more support that you push behind these developments, the more favorably it looks upon the MHDC commission that selects the projects.
And my understanding from a previous question is all 3 felt like they needed both the state tax credits and CBDG to make the projects doable.
That would be a question for them. And I think that question has came up anecdotally about what would happen. Because with the, you know, and this is also addressing the whole, there are other programs that are coming. We just had to push this one out first because of the MHDC tax credit deadline. So this was the first one, but there is the possibility that they could use the Cdbg DR funds by itself without the LIHTC. There's also programs for single-family housing, for rehabilitation, demolition as acquisition. Basically, anything housing, there's going to be a program for. But, you know, this is the first opportunity to put some housing units back in the market. You know, and I'm going off of, you know, as far as one of the reasons why we did the housing needs assessment was to figure out what to do with this funding and where to plug the gaps and where we could leverage the most private investment to solve some of our community's issues. And when it comes back, that's the direction that we drive as staff. So that's, you know, with this process, if the council elects not to move forward with the resolution, we're going to need to know where you want us to go, because we've got 2 major studies that are driving it towards this direction. But if we need to stop and go a different direction, we need to know that.
Councilman Deacon?
I just had one final question. There's always the case, if council were to approve them, that if we don't bring everybody along, other groups could go directly to MHDC and still fight the projects, even though there's technically a letter.
That's correct. So any private citizen could write a letter to MHDC for, you know, or approval or opposition to the project. That is, you know, one of the public processes. But there's our disaster is called DR 4451. That's the name of our FEMA disaster. There's also 4317 that's happening in southern Missouri. So there's other disaster recovery funds at the table that they're using to leverage with this same process. So you're competing with, you know, if we were the only disaster that was at the table, you know, we might have a pretty good shot. But because we're not, the competition is high across the state.
Councilman Deacon?
My question is on the housing needs assessment. Was I wrong, or did I misinterpret that they said the direction we should go is to encourage single-family, privately owned, owner-occupied, to do whatever we could with down payment assistance and whatever programs available to push that direction so we could loosen up some of the rental we have. The people are just sitting in the rentals waiting to buy houses. They're not satisfied. I've got a lot of children. I know a lot of these young people. They want to get out. They can afford houses, and that would open it up. And I think you said there are programs for to push. I think that's the direction we should go, and the chamber should jump on it out west. I mean out east. Get that sewer pushed underneath the highway at the terminus of Mission. They want to put in a big some kind of plaza over there, retail plaza. They want to put housing over there. They don't have sewer. That would open up a whole lot of housing. But the staff, there's always a reason we can't do it. The money's not there, there's not the support, but there is support. Councilman Kim has been meeting with the same group of people. There's a serious developers from the county officials, and money. They want to do this. So we could get single family, we can open up the, what rentals available there. That's, I would really like to see push for single family. And you did say that I was right in my interpretation, and that's what the housing assessment pushed.
Well, yes and no, if I may. So it's a living, breathing thing. So you think about your own life cycle in housing. I lived with mom and dad. I left. I rented an apartment. I saved up my down payment, got married, bought a house. You know, if we have any more kids, there's no way we could live in the house we have. So we'd have to. So you're looking at a person's life. If there's not housing for people to move in as they go through their different stages of life, you're going to create a squeeze on the market. And that's really what the housing needs assessment says. So as far as to your point, for the single family, there's 41% of our population that can afford an upper level house that they have nowhere to move into. So if you have somebody that can afford a $500,000 house, but they purchase a $300,000 house, it pushes the market down, creates this squeeze. So, but in doing so, you also have this problem with not having enough rentals. So it's not just a straight line, it's a web of things that we have to look at. So one of the things with a single family is if we really encourage private development to kind of go after these larger houses that folks that can afford them can move into, it really relieves pressure off the top and allows the market to shift and move. You should always be able to move into the housing that you need. My concern with the aging population in the city is that there's nowhere for 55 plus community, or you don't know what shape you're gonna be in when you get to that point. Maybe you're just a retiree and you need to downsize and you got tired of mowing your grass, and so you wanna go and rent and have somebody take care of the stuff that you can no longer do. Because right now we have a lot of aging single, you know, whether they're grandma, grandpa, they're living in a 3-bedroom house by themselves. And you know, that's also a concern because aging in place, you can't always go in and get your house maintenance done the way it needs to do. And speaking from personal experience, my grandparents probably shouldn't be living alone in their house anymore because it's falling apart on them. So that's building programs to allow them to hire somebody to come in and fix their house. So it's not adding rentals to the stock isn't going to solve it. We've got other things, but is it a piece of the puzzle? Yeah, because that's also what the housing needs assessment says, and they should be at the next meeting to present on those findings. But in a nutshell, it says we kind of have problems all over the place, so we really need to start making smart decisions with where we're investing the funding.
All right, we have 3 resolutions to take up, so we will go through each of those, and we will go through the process and take them up individually. I'll ask Emily or Mrs. Donaldson to read 2022-21.
Supporting the LIHTC application for Stronghold Landing Apartments.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Further discussion or deliberation? Roll call, please.
Deacon,
No.
Fitzwater,
No.
Hensley,
Aye.
Kimna,
Aye.
Lester,
Aye.
Schreiber,
Nay.
Spencer,
No.
Spicer,
No.
Ward,
Aye.
Wiseman.
Aye.
5-5, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes, so I will break that tie. So resolution passes. Resolution 2022-22.
Supporting the LIHTC application for Oakleaf Development.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Fitzwater,
No.
Hensley,
Aye.
Kimna,
Aye.
Lester,
Aye.
Schreiber,
Nay.
Spencer,
No.
Spicer,
No.
Ward,
Aye.
Wiseman,
Aye.
Deacon.
No.
5-5.
5-5. Once again, I'll vote yes to break the tie, and resolution passes. Resolution 2022-23.
Supporting the LIHTC application for Eastland Hills Apartments.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Hensley.
Aye.
Kimna.
Aye.
Lester.
Aye.
Schreiber. Spencer.
No.
Spicer.
No.
Ward.
Aye.
Wiseman.
Aye.
Deacon.
No.
Fitzwater.
No.
5-5.
5-5, and again, I will vote yes to break the tie, so resolution passes. So thank you for everyone staying here this evening and for the comments. Appreciate it. So now we are back on consent agenda, item 11. Susan, I have an envelope to give you that I need delivered to Habitat. Sorry, if you don't mind. I just need a delivery. And item 11 is consent agenda. This goes to Jennifer. Thank you so much. Okay.
Move to approve the consent.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 12, bills introduced, 2022-58.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute an agreement with the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission pertaining to the roles and responsibilities for signing installed and maintained by the applicant as part of the J.C. Loop wayfinding project.
Mr. Marash?
Thank you. Excuse me. As the clerk indicated, this is an agreement with MoDOT. It just is indicating that we would maintain some wayfinding signage placed on their right-of-way. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, 2022-59.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute an agreement with Central Bank of Jefferson City, Missouri for banking services.
Mrs. Perry?
Thank you. This would authorize a banking services contract with Central Bank. The city requested proposals for interested banking firms to establish contracts for banking services. We had 2 respondents, one of whom was declared non-responsive because they did not provide proposals on essential banking services that the city needs. Staff recommendation will be to award the best offer as received from Central Bank.
Any questions? All right.
Mayor.
Councilman Kemna.
I think people know, but I'll be abstaining from that.
Okay.
When it comes up for a vote.
Thank you for letting us know. 2022-61.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri approving a PUD plan amendment for property located at 311 Bolivar Street.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sensi? Or who's taking this one?
I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
A really loud microphone. Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, the location of this property is shown up on the screen. It's located at the northeast corner of the intersection of West McCarty Street and Bolivar Street. It's shown up on the screen. The zoning for the property is a PUD, planned unit development. This is an aerial photo of the property. It's an old air photo. The property has been developed with a building and parking lots. But I'll point out a few features here. The railroad to the essentially to the east of the property. And then the owner of the property has actually, in addition to owning the subject property, has purchased this triangular piece of property from the railroad. And so the owner owns 2 tracts here. And then note the alley, West Wall Way, that borders one side of the property. And that Fire Station 1 is the building in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. And so this is the approved preliminary PUD plan for this property. It was approved by the City Council in October of 2020. And to orient you, the Bolivar Street is located on the top of the screen, and McCarty Street is located on the left-hand side of the screen. The PUD plan is fairly simple in its layout in terms of showing a building on the property and then 2 separate parking lots. One of them accessed, the larger one accessed from Bolivar Street, and then a smaller parking area accessed from that alley, West Wall Way. The use of the building is a coffee shop and roastery with an Airbnb unit, a rental residential unit. Within the PUD plan that was approved by the council in October 2020, there are restrictions regarding the alley. specifically to that it would be designated as no parking in the alley, and then also that the owner would not allow for parking or blocking of the alley in the conduct of their business. And so up on the screen is two items. On the left-hand side is the approved final PUD plan. And so the final PUD plan was approved administratively by staff, as is the process, as it was in conformance with the approved preliminary plan by the City Council. That plan actually shows 4 parking spots accessed off the alley. And so what I've done here is clipped the areas of the plan out specifically next to the alley, because that's what this proposed amendment really focuses on. And so on the left-hand side of the screen is that PUD plan approved administratively by staff, showing 4 parking spaces that are accessed by a driveway off of the alley. One notable feature here is that there's a curbed island located right here, right at the entrance where the alley comes off of Bolivar Street. And then on the right-hand side of the screen is the proposed amendment. And so that is what the property owner is seeking, is an amendment to the PUD plan to allow for this situation instead at the rear of the property. And that is 8 parking spots, head-in parking off of the alley. So this is a street view of the property at the rear of the building, so showing the area that is the subject of this PUD plan amendment. And so the island would be located right there. And so as you can see that the construction here at the rear of the building was not according to plan.
Is the alleyway what we see paved, is that city property, or is city property a little bit of that dirt area also?
And so this is a very close representation. I realize it's very difficult, it can be difficult to see at this scale. But the alleyway is the area between the subject property, the blue line, and that black line. The lines can be off by a little bit as they're laid on top of the air photo, but that is a public alleyway.
But the alleyway ends what's paved? Mm-hmm. So anything that's not paved is not city property?
I'm not sure of the paving status of the entire alleyway.
My question relates to, there was a sign there marking that alley that we were requested to take down. I'm just trying to figure out, was that sign on city property or was it on private property?
So, as I interpret the question, like, where is the property line located? Right here?
Correct.
I'm not sure I can answer that. I think it's very well.
Yeah, we went and placed some signs, and they were actually on the owner's property.
So they were on private property.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah, and so we went back and took them down. It was just a mistake by our staff. They
No,
they
that's
thought
fine.
it was part of the right of way.
Thank you.
So the owner contacted us.
Thanks.
And so this was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their meeting on August 11th. They did vote to recommend approval of the PUD plan amendment with one condition attached to that approval. And that was that the owner would need to erect some signage indicating that the rear parking area is for employees and tenants only, basically to designate that rear parking area as employee and tenant only parking and avoid a situation where customers were parking there. And to post that as a sign so that, because obviously it can be very difficult to manage situations like that. And so that specific condition is contained within the bill. And in discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, really the way that would be achieved is placement of a sign, probably in this this dirt area, which would be grassed, about right there, pointing toward the alley, with that verbiage on it, indicating that the parking is for employees and tenants only. Tenants meaning the occupants of the Airbnb or the rental unit. This bill does have a negative staff recommendation. I'll try to summarize that in that some of the key points is that this type of development is typically a high traffic use, a coffee shop, and that this development is increasingly relying on the alley to support its operations, evidenced by the original PUD plan showing 2 parking spaces, the administratively approved final PUD plan showing 4, and then the current proposal at 8. And then also the triangular shaped piece of property to the rear of this property right there, which could be used to access more parking for this use. And that this would be a detriment to the public that relies on this alley for the provision of emergency services. And with that, I'd rely on the fire department to go in any details on the operations of Fire Station 1.
Councilman Deacon?
It's my understanding that there was a signed agreement by the property owner saying that he was going to go the original route, 3 or 4 spaces as you negotiated for, and then deliberately, without any kind of permission, I'll decide to stripe it for 8. It was a willful, just a willful, what? What's the word I'm looking for? Disregard of the ordinance. Thank you.
Oh.
Is that true?
Well, I'll state that the PUD plan, the construction plan, is shown up on the screen. You know, and again, including, if this would work properly, including the island. That island was, you know, was corresponded to me, was not installed on purpose.
Councilman Spencer?
What's the timeline of when he purchased the triangular piece of real estate? Was that before the PUD planning site and you know, agreed upon PUD, or was that after? Or?
I don't recall specifically those dates. It was during the process, I believe, if I recall, and I can find those dates. But I believe it was something that was purchased after original preliminary PUD plan approval, you know, but before construction was started. Whether it occurred before or after the final PUD plan, I'm not sure.
And so that piece now is going to be for additional parking that he's going to have to get approval on as well, right?
That is an option for him to pursue. I believe that some of that has been discussed, but I'm not sure specifically what his plans are. I'd probably defer to the property owner on those.
Yeah, I think it's a bad precedent to set. I have a PUD where I live, and if I wanted, in fact, when I built my shop, I had to go in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission because it was not part of the scope of the original PUD. That's the whole point of a PUD. It gives protections to all the neighbors and you're held accountable to what you agreed upon. That was negotiated between the real estate or the property owner and you as a city representative, and I think that's just really shaky ground to do that. So
that's
Councilman Deacon?
my concern also. The PUD is the most restrictive, unless you have a historic overlay on top of it, of the planning we have. Everything has to be okayed, and the property owner knew everything that he had to do, from down to probably to the color of paint. And this was, like I said, this is just a willful disregard of, I'm going to do the way I want. That sounds like a bully to me. I mean, we don't do that in Jefferson City. I mean, that just, why have rules? I mean, why in the heck have any kind of zoning, anything? If you're just going to, well, I'm going to do what I want, and then it speaks right to a Planning and Zoning Commission didn't have a clue what the responsibility was. We've complained about this for a couple of years. We've had people put on there willy-nilly, not really understanding what they're doing, and here we can only get one vote that was held up the rule of law. The rest of them didn't have thick enough skin to go against somebody. I mean, that's terrible. They should go back to be schooled on what their responsibilities are, or get off the commission, get some guts and do what they're supposed to do.
Councilman Fitzwater?
Yeah, I was just going to echo the comments from Councilman Deacon and Councilman Spencer, and talked to staff a little bit before. I had the privilege of seeing the property with the chief today, and if you agree to do something in writing and then you willfully violate it. Now, I get that you can say, well, the general contractor didn't know what they were doing and they did it wrong. Oh, by the way, you're the general contractor, so you did know it was wrong, and you went ahead and did it. That is a bad precedent to set in this city, to allow people to do that. We already got a gotcha on a paint job out at Sam's Club, which really wasn't that big a deal, other than they didn't wait on us and get our opinion. This one we can do something about, and I think we need to support the recommendation of staff that we not approve it and make it be reconfigured at his cost of what it takes to get it to look like what's on the left. It is a tight turn radius potentially in there. I think public safety was more than generous to say that we're even going to entertain. My feeling is we could shut that alley down to public traffic and say, you're not going to use it. We've got high-priced equipment and a fire department here. But I thought they showed good neighbors in trying to work with them, saying, if you will comply with this, then we're going to live cooperatively together. But if you can't do that, then I think it's our responsibility to say, no, we're not doing that. You're going to fix it the way you signed your name. And oh, by the way, they're not here tonight to speak to it.
I'm just going to say, they were on earlier. Can you switch the screen and see? Oh, okay.
Howdy, sir. I'm done with my comments. But
Okay, and Councilman Hensley, I think, has a comment as well.
I'll wait till I'm ready.
Sure.
You're ready for me.
Welcome.
I'm going to tell you what torture is.
Actually, I think we'll go ahead and have Councilman Hensley speak.
Good.
Thank you. I was simply going to ask Chief Schofield if he could sort of describe what the fire department's use and need for access to that particular alleyway is.
Sure. I'll just kind of briefly summarize. From our perspective, we when we first saw the project and it was proposed to us, we had concerns initially with the alleyway access for a number of reasons. I think primarily our concern was we use that alley for numerous operational reasons, one of which is for the last 20 years or so we've had a boat down in the basement, and we've been able to we have to get back there pretty quickly when it's needed to respond to calls, emergency calls for service. We also have our breathing air system down there, so it's routine for trucks to go back there and refill air bottles, fire trucks too. We also have the communications tower, which is back there, so we are under contract to maintain 24/7 accessibility to the tower. So there's just a number of, I'll call it operational concerns with the access to the area to make sure that it's maintained free and clear.
Sure, and that concern would be to, of course, make sure that there was nothing blocking the alleyway. But obviously, I guess because we're having this conversation, there's also concern about the number of vehicles that might be parked on the parking pad, or the direction in which those vehicles are parked.
Yeah, I think in general, the concern is not only the people that might be parked there for longer durations, but also the person that might just need to have quick business at the coffee shop, to go in and grab their coffee and come out, just to make sure that that's maintained open and clear. I think that's our biggest concern. But then also, deliveries and things like that would also be an area of concern for delivery of material or potentially.
Is that, and I'm sorry to ask all these questions, this is literally the first venue I've been in where this discussion was was being had. I know some people are old pros at it, but That's also an issue though regarding access. They take deliveries in through the rear of the building.
No,
also.
I'm not saying that they do. I'm just saying in general, I think just the access, where that delivery is going to occur for the business, I think is a concern. And it's possible that if there's no other options, that alley might be utilized
okay.
for that purpose.
Thank you.
Councilman Lester?
So, so one of the aspects of the negotiated agreement, as I understand it, was to have the parking such that cars wouldn't have to back out into the alley. And with the recently approved change, you would have opportunity for any of those cars being backing out into the alley and causing disruption that way. The original PUD approved plan, any cars back there would go front end into the alley and be able to see if emergency vehicles were exiting. So.
Any other, Councilman Spencer?
Chief, that would also be for callback times too, for additional personnel responding to Station 1.
Yeah.
And
And more routinely, we're also using it, and have actually for many years, but when we have events downtown that we don't have a good solid location to stage resources, it's a good access point for not just us, but also other agencies to kind of stage in the basement area to work out of.
do you still stage watercraft and stuff? And
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah.
that time is of the essence when we're talking about a water rescue. You have to take a truck, get back there, get hooked up, and if you're having to negotiate number of vehicles, that's time wasted, and
while
that can't happen.
Our original intent when we came to this compromise, it would be that we would mark it as a fire lane and then enforce it as a fire lane. And so part of the fire lane conversation for us is that, the code is pretty particular in Chapter 13 that it requires, signage, but then also talks about curb marking. And so in the past, when we've written violations for fire lane violations, that the judge has been pretty emphatic that they want that to be both signage and curb marking, so that there can't be a citizen that would say, well, I didn't know that it was a fire lane, or it was unaware. And so that's part of the conversation about the curb and the signage, to make sure that it's conspicuously marked according to code.
Thank you.
And this bill is just introduced tonight, so there won't be any action taken, but we do have Mr. Shaper Cutter here. Welcome if you'd like to come to the podium.
Yes,
Welcome.
Yes, I would. And I feel like I just got sandbagged tonight, because city staff told me that this was for introduction of the bill only.
That is correct.
But then Jane and the police officer asked me to take my wife asked me to take a couple deep breaths. But then city staff goes into a dialogue with the city council even before the hearing on this bill, which is scheduled for September 19th, indicating that the city staff was opposed to the bill. So I'm at home watching 4 hours of a city council meeting, and believe it or not, it wasn't torturous to me at all. It was interesting. But I've been involved in a lot of these things from several different perspectives. And then I hear the city council starting to talk about this proposal as if it's on for final passage. And I thought that was September 19th. My wife and I had a long scheduled vacation in North Carolina, taking care of 3 grandchildren. And I decided to come back a day early because I needed to be back for any questions the city council may have regarding this issue. And now I feel like I almost have to undo the bell that's been rung in my absence with the city council stating its position on this. This whole matter started when the city staff told me that city ordinances did not allow pull-in parking from an alley. That was at a pre-PUD planning session. I learned later that right across the street from me at Big Whiskey are 8 pull-in parking spaces from a city alley. There's 150 or 200 city parking spaces in downtown Jefferson City pulling in directly off of an alley. One of the commissioners at the Planning and Zoning Commission, which approved this, by the way, by a 7-to-1 vote, one of the commissioners at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting called the city staff's position that city ordinances prohibited this. He used a legal term, but the term was pretextual. For non-lawyers, that means it's a pretext. It wasn't the real reason. The fire department has had objections to this placement of parking behind our building from the beginning. Frankly, the fire department has had the free use of that parking area from the Housing Authority for years. They don't want to share West Wallway. Chief Schofield and I have had several very cordial conversations about this. He pointed out at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that they got 12 calls a year for that emergency boat. And 8, or he said actually, I think his quote was, more than half of those were expected to move from fire station number 1. 8 times a year, a minute each time. I just think there's a limit, and again, this is all stuff that should have. I feel like I'm a little bit unprepared because this is stuff that all should have been talked about at a public hearing and at a city council meeting when the bill was up for final discussion. And now, frankly, I feel like, based upon some of the comments that my wife was relaying to me as I was hustling here from my house at 10 o'clock at night because of a meeting at the city council that I didn't think was going to take be anything like this. But I feel like the issue's already been prejudged.
And you have no way to feel, you don't need to feel that way. This is very normal that when bills are introduced that there is an opportunity for discussion and deliberation. So decision won't be made tonight, but certainly discussion is very appropriate and very common.
And I just wish that that city staff, when they told me the bill was on for introduction only, had shared that information with me, because I would have been here with bells on. And I'm sorry to come here like I am.
That's okay. You're welcome to come as you are.
Well,
so.
I'm frustrated that I'm here, but I'd love to answer questions.
Councilman Deacon?
Actually, Mr. Schaefer-Cutter, I'm more frustrated than you are. You signed a piece of paper, agreed to do something. You took up staff time to negotiate it.
Okay.
You took up planning and zoning time to negotiate.
Yeah.
You took up planning and zoning time again.
Yeah.
And you're taking up council time, and you're taking up our time again. You should have had a good attorney to tell you, look, this is what I agreed upon. This is what I have to do.
Yeah, you know.
That's why we're discussing it.
Okay,
This doesn't come up normally.
But let me tell you.
There's no excuse.
No, there's no excuse, sir. But let me offer this as a possible suggestion. When city staff told me in the very beginning that the city ordinances did not permit pull-in parking from an alley.
And the problem is you signed a piece of paper between that end and that end. Your name's on this. I'm going to do this. That's a contract. First-year lawyer school will tell you that.
Yeah, and I guess I'll say this. I am a lawyer.
Well, then that's you
I have a fool for a client.
And I wouldn't pay either.
And I'm not going to pay myself. But let me say this. The city code also specifically allows amendments to the PUD plan. Am I not entitled to the same opportunity again, this is just kind of what I said earlier. City council, city staff had an unlimited shot at me for at this proposal.
Well, maybe some of the question could be that the construction is complete now
It
without the curb that was initially required. So maybe that
you know,
discussion should have happened before the construction was
yeah,
complete.
it's a great point, Madam Mayor. As a matter of fact, Mr. Barron sent me an email on July the, gosh, I didn't know, I'm sorry, June the 16th, saying that that back parking lot wasn't constructed according to the plans, and therefore I wasn't going to be granted a certificate of occupancy, and we were planning on having the business open on June the 30th. I told Eric at that time that we were considering filing an amendment to the plan to allow these extra parking spaces back there. I think, and so, you know, Eric kind of has made it seem like he caught me in the midst of some nefarious, I'm not going to do it deal, when he knew from the very beginning that we were going to go through this application process. He said, as a matter of fact, if you want to talk to the fire department again and see if they'll agree to it, maybe we can do this as an amendment to the plan, which staff can approve. And at that point, frankly, I didn't want to go back and bother Chief Schofield again. And I'm sorry if it seems like I'm bugging people. I think this may be the first time in the history of Jefferson City that a landowner or property owner has been told you can't put as much parking on your land as you really want to. I want more parking there, and frankly, the backing out into that alley, employees only, tenants of the Airbnb only, eight spaces. I guess the chief and I just have a real question about, you know, whether a tower company's contractual right to access, unobstructed access to their tower, trumps a landowner's right to utilize a public way.
Councilman Hensley?
Thank you. I have a few questions that can go to anybody in the room. And I would just really love like 1 to 10 word responses if that's at all possible. Was this gentleman told by a member of staff that such an ordinance is in effect in this town that would limit, what was it, pull-in parking from an alleyway? Was he told that? I'm sorry, I'm limited to staff or the gentleman at the, well, I've heard what he said on this point, but was such a representation made to him?
I wasn't in any meetings on it, so I'd have to go back and poll the staff and see who talked to him. I'm not sure if it's planners or Public Works folks, but generally speaking, head-end parking is discouraged off streets.
Okay, it's not all right, it's not an answer. Eric?
So the language that I've used in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting is that the city code is not supportive of head-end parking.
What does that mean?
So there are two sections of the city code, and this is in the street section and the parking section. That's why I look somewhat toward the Public Works Department on this, because it's not one of the chapters that I typically administer. But the long-held response to that by development review staff is that the city code does not allow for head-end parking off of alleys.
Is there a prohibition in the city code against head-end parking from alleyways?
I might lean on the law department on whether that's specifically, I'm not aware of anything that specifically addresses it.
What I'm hearing is such a representation is often made. So is there such a limitation?
Wasn't brought to my attention, haven't researched it, I have to look into
Okay.
it.
I mean, how could there be in our low-income urban core neighborhoods? That is like 50% of how people have to park behind their homes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just.
So what
pointing
I'm
that out.
hearing is it's almost certain that such a representation was made to this gentleman, and it does not appear that such a limitation is actually on the books. So if that's true, it seems that his mistake was relying on a representation that someone gave on the city's behalf, which I think, again, I am maybe the newest person in this room to this issue, but if those couple of things are true, we might be in a different situation than one that would be more clean cut. So I would appreciate some follow up on those two particular points. One, as to the communication, and two, as to whether such a limitation actually exists. Thank you.
And perhaps some of the other difference in other alleys and distinction different to this point, but just the access at the fire station and to some emergency type of response, such as accessing the boat as needed, and while it may not be frequent, that it could happen, and making sure that access is always 24/7 accessible as well.
Absolutely, that's a
that,
totally different issue.
Yes, completely different from what you mentioned. So,
yeah.
And then I think also the fact of that what was agreed upon preliminarily is different from what was actually built, which
Correct.
is why we're here to talk about
If
it.
the agreement was based on a representation from someone on the staff that such a limitation exists in our city code, that is, and if that is not true, which it sounds like it probably isn't true, as to its presence on the code, then an agreement made by a citizen that would include such a limitation based on a representation that it exists, I think requires much closer scrutiny from us as a council reviewing this sort of appeal than someone just up and deciding that he doesn't want to agree to what he signed to. I gotta say, if I took staff's word on something, because why would they not tell me what was actually in the code? And I found out after the fact that doesn't seem to have been true, but boy, they really seemed convinced of it when they said it to me. And then the dance tonight about it being discouraged or whatever. Yeah, I've got to say, I don't know why I would be in any different position mentally or desire to use my property than this gentleman. You would probably agree that if you could go back, rather than setting the parking lot up and back as it currently is, we'd probably have this discussion first, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
I think you'll notice, if you look at the entire packet that the city staff put together, the initial proposal for parking in back of the building was 8 spaces. That was the proposal that was basically discouraged, if not shot down, by city staff at that PUD meeting that we had with 4 or 5 or 6 city staff folks. So we've consistently been wanting more parking back there, and getting it approved has been, again, I wish I'd done it that way first.
So we'll make sure that, like we said, it's introduced this evening, but we want to make sure that questions are out there so that staff can be prepared to respond for the next council meeting. I know a few of them have been noted this evening. Are there any other questions of staff or any information needed from this point so that we make sure at the next meeting? And any other questions or deliberation on the bill that's just being introduced? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
And the next one is 2022-62.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a $233,951 agreement with the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission for Metropolitan Transportation Planning Services for the period of November 1, 2022 to October 31, 2023, reflecting consolidated planning grant funds as approved in the Campo FY 2023 Unified Planning Work Program.
Mr. Barron?
That'll
I'm
be
sorry.
me. So it's our
Katrina?
consolidated planning grant pays for our unified planning work program that's part of Campo. So in May of this year, our Campo Board of Directors approved our 2023 work program. And within that work program, this would represent $233,951. Sorry, I'm going back through my notes. The City of Jefferson would be responsible for approximately $34,491. That's 60% of this work program for 2023. Cole County would be responsible for $11,497. That's 19%. And J.C. Parks would be responsible for $12,500. That's 21%. Usually it's split between Cole County and Jefferson City, providing that 20% match annually. But because of our capital area active transportation plan that I presented on earlier, Parks is actually paying, J.C. Parks is actually paying the local match on that. And so it is split between 2022 and 2023. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussion? Okay, and 2022-63.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri amending the City Code, Chapter 8, Sections 41 through 48.
Is this Mr. Barron or
Tis I.
Ms. Senzi?
Thank you. This ordinance proposal would establish a historic legacy district process within the city code. This would allow for historic areas to be historic areas that no longer have built environment resources, so no buildings, no structures. They could still be part of the official historic record. It's a formal way of recognizing historic areas that no longer exist, but still possess a valuable historic narrative. The designation of a historic legacy district shall in no way alter any land use or existing zoning or future development of the property so designated.
Any questions? Councilwoman Ward?
I'd like to request a suspension of the rules on this. As I mentioned in our pre-meeting, I had a citizen call asking if this could be taken up tonight due to health reasons. He has served on the Stakeholders Committee for over a year, the committee that is looking at our historic code. And this is related to the foot area, which would be a designated historic landmark under this new ordinance if it passes. It does have a historic plaque sign. I think everybody that attended that ceremony was under the impression that that was actually being designated an official city historic landmark. It was on an honorary basis, but not like a real official city landmark. That's a long explanation, but I would just like to ask that we suspend the rules and vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ward. We've had a request to suspend the rules. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will take up 2022-63.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri amending the City Code, Chapter 8, Sections 41 through 48.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Kimna?
Aye.
Lester?
Aye.
Schreiber? Spencer?
Aye.
Spicer? Ward?
Aye.
Wiseman?
Aye.
Deacon?
Aye.
Fitzwater?
Aye.
Hensley?
Aye.
Bill passes. 2022-64.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri amending the FY 2022 budget of the City of Jefferson, Missouri by supplementally appropriating additional funds within the Sales Tax G Capital Improvement Tax Fund and defunding specific items in the general fund.
Mrs. Perry?
Yes, thank you. This bill would supplementally appropriate $304,800 in additional funds within the sales tax G capital improvement from gleaning money, and it would defund the same amount within the general fund, $225,000 for street materials and $79,800 for siding replacement for Station 3. And the bill would also approve any expenses already incurred in the specific general fund accounts to be reclassified to sales tax G capital improvement tax accounts. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or discussion? Councilwoman Wiseman.
I move to suspend the rules.
There's a request to suspend the rules. Any objections? Hearing none, we will take up 2022-64.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending the FY 2022 budget of the City of Jefferson, Missouri by supplementally appropriating additional funds within the sales tax G capital improvement tax funds and defunding specific items in the general fund.
Any discussion or deliberation?
So just a little clarity, what exactly will this achieve? What are we trying to do with this?
Councilwoman Wiseman.
This gets us back to zero. So it funds us up to 17%. So when we're below 17% general fund, what has to happen is we have to either figure out how to get there, or the city administrator has 2 years to get back, 2 years to get us back there. We have been under general fund 17% for I'm not sure how long, and I know we weren't going to get back there with this budget cycle. If we back fund ourselves to the general fund 17%, then effectively we get 2 more years in case we run into a problem that we might talk about later tonight. So we would have 2 more years to fix that problem. Basically, I'm buying us 2 years, or 6 months, or a year, however long it's been.
Okay, any other discussion, questions? Councilman Lester, did you have anything else, or are we ready?
Well, I guess the only question I would have is, do we know how long we've been out of the balance from 17%?
Mrs. Perry?
I don't specifically have that information. I'd have to go back and look at the fund balance reports that we present during Finance Committee, but it has been for a considerable portion of this fiscal year. I think at the end of last fiscal year, we ended at that level.
Any other questions, discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Lester?
Aye.
Schreiber? Spencer?
Aye.
Spicer? Ward?
Aye.
Wiseman?
Aye.
Deacon?
Aye.
Fitzwater?
Aye.
Hensley?
Aye.
Kimna?
Aye.
Bill passes. Item 13, bills pending 2022-52.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri adopting a budget and personnel classification plan for the city for the period of November 1, 2022 to October 31, 2023, and appropriating money in the city treasury to pay the cost of operating the city government during that time in accordance with the budget.
Mrs. Perry. I'm sorry, Councilman Hensley, did you have your hand up first?
I did. Yes,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, as the bill sponsor, I would like to place this on the informal calendar.
Great. Anything to add? Okay. 2022-53.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a $68,710 agreement with Bartlett and West Incorporated for the Basin 7 Phase 3 design.
Mr. Morash.
Thank you. I think clerk said it well. The contract with Bartlett and West to design a sewer, it's located kind of behind Sunbelt Rentals, and there's currently a grant application for construction of this sewer pending.
Thank you, Mr. Morash. Any questions, discussion? Roll call, please.
Schreiber? Aye. Spencer?
Aye.
Spicer? Aye. Ward?
Aye.
Wiseman?
Aye.
Deacon?
Aye.
Fitzwater?
Aye.
Hensley?
Aye.
Kimna?
Aye.
Lester?
Aye.
Bill passes. 2022-54.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri amending Chapter 19 Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Schedule J, parking prohibited by the addition of 40 feet on the north side of Colonial Hills Road west of Independence Drive.
Mr. Morash.
Thank you. This issue is brought through Transportation and Traffic and would help with a site distance issue in the neighborhood.
Any questions or discussion? Roll call, please.
Spencer,
Aye.
Spicer, Ward,
Aye.
Wiseman,
Aye.
Deacon, Fitzwater,
Aye.
Hensley,
Aye.
Kimna,
Aye.
Lester,
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Bill passes. 2022-55.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending Chapter 19, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Schedule O, Parking Time Limit Zones, and Schedule N, Parking Meter Zones and Monthly Parking Fees by the modification of 2 spaces on the south side of the 400 block of East High Street.
Mr. Marash.
Thank you. This item went through Transportation and Traffic Commission and will create 2 10-minute parking spaces in front of Plate and Pour.
Any discussion, questions? Roll call, please.
Spicer. Ward.
Aye.
Wiseman.
Aye.
Deacon. Fitzwater.
Aye.
Hensley.
Aye.
Kimna.
Aye.
Lester.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Spencer.
Aye.
Bill passes. 2022-57.
We're on 56. Oh, 57, sorry.
It's okay.
An ordinance of the City of Jefferson, Missouri, amending Article 4, Applications and Applicants, and Article 5, Appointments of Personnel Policy Manual.
Mrs. Strope.
Thank you. So our current policy requires city staff to advertise job openings with a closing date in order to establish a list of a pool of applicants for which the hiring departments can then choose an employee. But with the current very difficult hiring climate, we're really struggling to compete for employees because the process is it really slows us down a lot. So this change would allow the city to be much more nimble and flexible in hiring, creating a faster hiring timeline, because we'd be able to start looking at applications as they come in and to make selections immediately without having to wait until a closing date. This it will not eliminate the ability to set a closing date and create a pool of applicants. It would just make the opportunity that you don't have to do it that way. And it will also not eliminate the requirement to announce all of our job openings on our website. And then the language also just does some general cleanup language within that section. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or discussion? Roll call, please.
Ward.
Aye.
Wiseman.
Aye.
Deacon. Fitzwater.
Aye.
Hensley.
Aye.
Kimna.
Aye.
Lester.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Spencer.
Aye.
Spicer.
Bill passes. Nothing on the informal. Resolutions 2022-20.
A resolution authorizing the City of Jefferson to extend the audit services contract with Evers & Company CPAs LLC via a change order for a period of 1 year and reduce contracted services to eliminate the submission of the annual comprehensive financial report to the Government Finance Officers Association.
Mrs. Perry.
Yes, thank you. The City of Jefferson is required to have an annual audit performed by a third-party CPA firm. And Evers & Company has held the most recent contract for the last 3 years. The current contract is set to expire on October 31st of 2022, and the city would typically proceed with the RFP process. But due to the fact that the finance department currently has 2 critical positions vacant that we've been unable to fill for an extended period of time, the current staffing levels of the department would not accommodate the number of hours that would be required to bring a new audit firm up to speed on city business, and it would prohibit any timely completion of the required annual audit that we have. So the request is to extend the Evers & Company contract for 1 year. That pricing had a substantial increase compared to the price that we paid for the last fiscal year. And so the proposal that was made was to eliminate the submission of the annual comprehensive financial report to the Government Finance Officers Association. That is really a certification that we get every year that is at our prerogative. It's not a requirement of the city to do. We are simply required to have a third-party audit, a single audit is what the federal government requires. It wouldn't affect any of our grant funding or anything else. So this would meet the requirements of all federal funding that we receive, as well as anything that the city's currently required to do for that federal funding. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, or is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Questions, discussion?
So just
Councilman
a
Lester?
question. So not submitting that report won't have any negative consequences?
It will not.
think the report really, if I may, the designation provides some additional information. I think we've done it for
23 years, I think.
or something, yeah, long time. So, but it is just additional information. But along with that, it takes a lot of additional work on behalf of staff and the auditing firm.
Any other discussion or deliberation? Roll call, please.
Wiseman,
Aye.
Deacon. Fitzwater.
Aye.
Hensley.
Aye.
Kimna.
Aye.
Lester.
Aye.
Schreiber.
Aye.
Spencer.
Aye.
Spicer. Ward.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Item 16, presentations from the gallery. There's nobody signed up. Item 17, any council and staff discussion of presentation topics this evening. 18, any new business. 19, approval of the August 15th, 22 closed session minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Deacon.
Aye.
Fitzwater.
Aye.
Hensley.
Aye.
Kimna.
Aye.
Lester.
Aye.
Schreiber. Spencer.
Aye.
Spicer. Ward.
Aye.
Wiseman.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 20, closed session. Item A, go into closed session pursuant to section 610.021 of the revised statutes of Missouri. The chair will entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss the following: attorney-client privilege communications, section 610.0211, preparations for negotiations with employee groups, section 610.0219, sealed bids and proposed related to negotiated contracts, section 610.02112. Is there a motion to approve?
I move to adjourn.
Move to go in closed session.
Okay, we have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. Okay, any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Fitzwater.
Aye.
Hensley.
Aye.
Kimna.
Aye.
Lester.
Aye.
Schreiber. Spencer.
Aye.
Spicer. Ward.
Aye.
Wiseman.
Aye.
Deacon.
Okay, we are going into closed session in this room, so thank you for everybody's patience for the evening, and we'll give them 1 minute to turn everything off. Thank you.